Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, there we are. I'll tell you what. Something's come across and they just make you feel good. How about that? That's all I'll say about it. A good afternoon. Oh, it's a Friday. Our first Friday show of 2025, Rob. How about that?
Sure is.
I don't know.
It's going to be a Friday.
I don't know what that means, but I've got a calendar like everybody else. Hey, my name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. Rob Anthony is right over there.
Hello there.
He's excited. He's got some, we've got some fluids we're going to consume.
Cannot wait.
When do we want to do this?
You tell me, man.
Let's give it a little bit.
Prepare.
Rob took the liberty of purchasing Kalpis. We were talking earlier in the week about the oldest woman in the world. Is this a 116-year-old Japanese lady? And they asked her what the secret was, as they do. Every time there's one of these centenarians, you know, everybody, it's a natural question to ask because you're hoping that maybe somebody, I don't know what we're hoping, right? I think it's just a natural reaction to go, how did you do it? Because obviously everybody, I think when asked, would want to live a long and fruitful life. And this Japanese woman, of course, goes, well, bananas and Kalpis.
I'm sorry?
Kalpis.
Okay.
We had never heard of it before. Oh, I shouldn't say wait. I had never heard of Kalpis before.
Oh, I thought you had.
I don't think that I had. I mean, it was... No, I had never heard of Kalpis before. And it was... So Rob took the liberty earlier in the week of purchasing some. Did you show everybody what that...
I sure did.
Yeah. A little bottle of Yoo-Hoo.
So I ordered the OG flavor.
Yeah.
And I thought it was vanilla, but they sent me a citrus flavor, but they spelt it citrusy. So it's Calpico citrusy flavored Kalpis.
Yes, Calpico is the label under which they sell it here in the States, right? Like we didn't have this shipped from the island of Japan or anything like that. You can get it here in Calpico. So we're going to try that. We're going to do it, just try it, compare it to the Yoo-Hoo. Is that how we got into that?
I don't know. We got to yakking about Yoo-Hoo, too, and how there was nothing nutritional about that either. No milk. Oh, it was because there was no milk
dairy
in it. Right. No dairy.
Okay. I haven't had a Yoo-Hoo in quite some time. I'm wondering, though, this citrusy, I feel like I cut my top lip, and I have no idea how I did it. It just feels like I cut it somehow. And so I'm wondering if I hope that the citrusy content is not too high in that. But I will, so as not to sting my lips, you know, Rob.
Let me get you a straw.
Our mouths are our money makers. You know this. And we do radio.
Hey-oh.
Hey-oh. So, all right, well, yeah, we'll give it a bit. Maybe at the end of this hour, maybe we'll try it. Gulp
Whenever
some down.
you're ready.
I mean, again, I don't think it's going to be something, you know, I've drunk shots of my own pee and, you know, over the course of the years when we do those polar blast punishments in the past, I have consumed some terrible, terrible, awful things. This will probably be delightful. I mean, if it held this woman to 116, and again, those kinds of answers, they're always, you know, overly simplistic, too. I'm sure they did a whole lot of other things, but maybe not. Maybe bananas and Kalpis are the way to do it.
That was it, just a strict diet of those two things only.
Calpico, yeah. I was texting, you know, you're hard-pressed, even here in the state of Ohio, to not be talking about these fires in California because it really is, whether you like it or not, the shape of things to come. And my buddy who had been in Atlanta, he and his one of my best friends, we go back to 8th grade. He's lived in L.A. now for probably a decade plus, and he and his wife, they don't have kids, but they have a couple of dogs, and they live in Glendale, which is closer to that Eaton fire, not the Palisades fire. That's where my late agent lived, was in Pacific Palisades. And that place is just, if you've seen any of the drone shots of Pacific Palisades, it is unbelievable. They said it was like 45 square miles or something. And it's legit like apocalyptic, and it's just crazy. It's, thousands of structures gone. And I had been periodically checking in with my buddy out there, and earlier in the week he was like, I'm in Atlanta, because he travels a lot for work. And he said, but his wife had evacuated with the dogs, and he texted me this morning, very early West Coast time, and he's like, I'm back home, everything's good here. But I'm like, but you guys are close to the Eaton fire. And he's like, yeah, it's just over the mountain outside our window. And he's like, it was heading our way, but the winds have changed. Those hurricane gale winds that really blew that Palisades fire to historic destruction, those calmed down. So they've been able to get those scooper planes from Canada down there and just covering those areas with fire, because it is still like 0% contained. It might be 1%. But he said that Eaton fire, that the winds had let up and started pushing it the other way down the mountain. So they're like, fingers crossed, but who knows,
But that actually made it worse, because now it's only 3% contained, because it's running down the other side now.
Yeah, right.
It's crazy.
But just insofar as I was checking in on him, and I have a couple friends that still live in Hollywood, and there had been evacuation orders for that area too, but a lot of those people are back at home. But it's not like anybody in L.A. is going to be breathing normally for a while, and all of those inorganic materials in homes that just go into the air with a fire of, you don't even need a fire of that magnitude to make it a really, really bad situation. And I wonder how long it'll be before we get smoke in this part of the country from that. We get it from Canadian wildfires, and I'm sure that we'll get it from out west or whatever. They had an earthquake in San Francisco this morning, right on the San Andreas fault line. So listen, man, fortunately here in the United States, we've got the perfect man for our times who's going to be taking over the country in 10 days. We're going to be fine. Oh, I'll tell you what, if you ever needed a man in full for the crisis that these modern times bring us, chef's kiss. You've really done it. But they had that quake in San Francisco. But normally, out in California, the last couple of winters, if you recall, or maybe if you traveled out there or have friends or family here live out there, the last couple of winters, you remember they were getting flooding. It was so wet. It was raining all the time. And so what that does is they get all that water, and then you get an explosion of this vegetation. So you have all these grasses and shrubs that just explode because there was so much moisture. And then this year, they hadn't had rain since May. So all of those things that grew from last year's flooding and moisture, they're bone dry. And then you put the winds in there. So it's just unbelievable. You're basically just creating, it's just fuel for these fires when you have all that. People understand this, but the cycles of the weather out there are crazy. And how do we respond to it? We will drink Calpis and Yoo-hoo and see how those taste. And
that fire's bearing down on Malibu now. Like they're hoping that they can slow it down before it gets there, because that's a whole nother level of devastation.
Well, Malibu is already, people are losing things there, right?
Like the main section, yeah.
But I certainly hope, one of my favorite places in Malibu there, it's at the bottom of the hill below Pepperdine University, is this little fish shack that is on Pacific Coast Highway. And if you're old enough to remember Johnny Carson, this guy was always talking about this place. And it's got a pretty nondescript name. It's called like I don't know what the hell it's called. It's called like the PCH Fish Shack or something. And it's literally like, it's like a shack. And they just make seafood and stuff. And you walk up and they got a couple of picnic tables. And it's right there on the shoulder, the bottom of the hill from Pepperdine there. And it's just fantastic. One of my favorite places out there, and all I could think of was, I wonder if that place is gone now. I wonder if I don't know if it burned. I hadn't paid that close attention to it, but it is, the whole thing is very, very wild. But talking to my friend this morning, I was primarily concerned about what was going on with them, and he's like, well, it's going the other way, fingers crossed. Yeah, and then somebody points out one of those scooper planes that came down, somebody's drone hit it. Because there's still drones in the air, right? Everybody's got drones in the air now to film things, and one of them hit one of those planes. And so they put that out of commission for a bit.
Good. That's good.
Yeah,
why
perfect
not?
timing. Perfect timing for that. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to watch the show, go to our YouTube channel. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and you can call us if you want to. That is 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs. Everyone knows that. You can score big by betting on them with DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. If you're ready to place your first bet, try betting on something simple, like a player to score a touchdown. It's that easy. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. Right now, new DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The Home Depot's new supply house is built for one job, to deliver yours. No cart, all flatbed. And more than a store, our supply house comes to you. Get the whole job delivered as soon as next day from the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Say Santa version 2.0, a 61st birthday celebration for Maynard James Keenan. Featuring Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle. All three bands on stage together. May 25th, Blossom Music Center. On sale now at livenation.com. Go! Say Santa featuring Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle, part of the Minutemen Concert Series.
Bag huge savings on your painting project at Menards. With over 100 years of paint experience, Dutch Boy is the perfect choice for your painting projects. Give your space the platinum treatment with Platinum Plus interior paint. It's a premium paint and primer in one, with amazing stain resistance that gives your space a long-lasting finish. Check out Mapped Blue, Dutch Boy's color of the year. Plus get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Team, I'll be real with you. Time isn't on our side. The Super Bowl is only getting closer. So I'm asking you all, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna do the same old, same old? Or are you gonna step it up this year? Who's going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest at Huntington Bank Field? Are you going to join us for a Super Bowl experience like no other? Get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. Catch the game while hanging out with the league's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. The Super Bowl only comes once a year. Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. You in?
Tickets are limited. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older or accompanied by parent or legal guardian to attend. Terms apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Hot in one room and cold in the next? No ductwork? No problem. Bryant Ductless Systems will bring enhanced heating and cooling to your home. Call E.H. Roberts Heating and Cooling today to find out which ductless system is right for you. Bryant and E.H. Roberts Heating and Cooling, doing whatever it takes.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich, a spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
You need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job.
578-1007.
Traffic.
Watch the show on our YouTube channel. Yeah, perfect timing for that. I'm going to take a break.
Police and ODOT out with a crash 90 eastbound before Eddy Road. The right lane is blocked. You'll also see ODOT working on I-90 between Superior and Lakeside. Lane closures are possible as crews repair a broken water main and a crash in Chardon on Mayfield Road at Fowler's Mill Road.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Association of County Behavioral Health Authorities.
Sometimes life can be overwhelming. Crisis Text Line can help. If you're struggling and feel like you can't talk to anyone about it, text 4HOPE to 741-741. Free confidential support. Crisis Text Line. Text 4HOPE to 741-741 now.
I love it.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
It's so easy to use.
The live radio dial, presets, scan, plus lyrics, podcasts, and your favorite artists' radio.
Just type it in, and there it is.
Now it's even easier to discover what you love.
I love my presets. Adding presets is so much fun.
This looks really nice. Just in time for the new year, the new and improved iHeartRadio app. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Very cool update. 5 stars, guys.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It might be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got our metal show coming back tomorrow night, by the way. If this right here made it move for you a little bit. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. Saturday nights at 10 o'clock. Now, as soon as I say that, of course, next Saturday night will be the last time this season that we will be preempted by the Cleveland Cavaliers. But then it's going to be smooth sailing after that. But we were on a 3-week hiatus because of the holiday. So our first show back after 2024. And how other possible way could people get their heavy metal when we're gone? But tomorrow night, very exciting. Me and Pat and Corey, and it's 2 hours of nothing but metal. A lot of local stuff in there, too. So tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight, be a lot of fun. The Cavaliers, if they had any concerns that the Toronto Raptors might end their win streak, they were dashed by the end of the game last night. The Cavs win 132-126. Raptors go to 8-30. So it's like looking in a mirror. And then the Cavs will stay at home. They're off tonight and tomorrow. Sunday night, 6 o'clock, that is a tip-off against the Indiana Pacers. And then their next road game will be in Indiana against the Pacers on Tuesday night. We will all be at the Monsters game tomorrow night. So if you're going to be there and you see us, say hi. It is Cleveland Rocks night with the Cleveland Monsters. I have one more pair of tickets. All the prizes today. I'll tack on some of those Monsters tickets. So if you want to join us for that, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a good time. The first 10,000 people in attendance, by the way, are going to get the limited edition Monsters WMMS hockey shirt. And we'll be there doing stuff. Buzzard merch in the team shop. It's going to be a lot of fun. So clevelandmonsters.com for the info, but we will see you there tomorrow night if you're going to be there. Well, I'll tell you what. Not even Brian, who calls us a lot, has escaped the I don't even know what I'm trying to say. You know, this fire stuff, even though it's all the way across the country, it has reached into every part of some people's lives, and even Brian has called and made mention of it.
Need more sluts.
Right. Okay. I don't know what that has to do with the fire, but thank you, Brian. I mean, he's always got some thoughts.
Starbucks coffee is trash. I can make coffee so good, give you a fucking hard-on.
Oh. Okay. Thank you, pal.
It's got to be good coffee.
They have a guy out there that they scooped up. Apparently people that were near him, like, tackled him. A new fire called the Kenneth Fire. That a guy with a flamethrower was trying to set a new fire. That's the thing with any place you go. Somebody can just set a fire. And especially in California, you know, where everything's like bone dry, or anywhere like that, people could just set a fire. And it broke out yesterday afternoon. And I think that they contained it, but people were like, there's just this dude out there trying to start some shrimp.
What we know right now is that the incident started here, and about 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over in Woodland Hills area by citizens. It's being investigated as a crime.
I'll tell you what, the last thing you want is to be beset by people who are already stressed out and pissed because, you know, maybe some of their stuff is burned. And then they see you. You want to talk about a mob needing to get their yayas out on some dude. Beat him within an inch of his life. I don't know if that's what happened, but you could certainly understand if that was what happened. Pinned down by residents, you know. You see a dude over there and you just go and tackle him.
Just what an a-hole, too.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, man. Of all the things, you know, go spray paint something.
Yeah.
I don't know. God almighty. He ruined, I'm looking at this, there's 5 neighborhoods are taken out because of this fire.
Well, here's the thing, this Kenneth Fire that this guy got going there. You know what that did? That made the Kardashians evacuate.
Oh, that's a really big deal then.
That Kenneth Fire is 35% contained. I guess I didn't realize it had gotten that big, and they've lifted the evacuation order. But it exploded to 1,000 acres in just hours. Okay, well, I guess the initial thing I read was that it hadn't gotten to be that big of a deal, but it sounds like it certainly was. And it puts you in a weird spot if you're one of these celebrities who makes a lot of money on social media, or you've got something you're constantly promoting, because you kind of have to keep promoting that stuff because that's all happening in California, of course. But the bulk of the people who are your followers and your acolytes and all that, they're global. So people give Kim Kardashian a hard time because, you know, she's on Instagram posting Skims ads, you know, while the fires are all around in L.A. But I'm sure in her mind, she's like, look, this is my job. This is a global brand. It's not a great look, I guess, but that probably takes a back seat when you're operating at those levels. And so they tackled that dude. They found that guy and they tackled him. The LA Rams sent everybody home from practice. You know, they got a playoff game. They're playing SoFi Stadium. It's supposed to be on Monday night, but they're not sure that that's even going to go down. You know, we ended up canceling our Alter Ego Festival. That was supposed to be tomorrow night. They're in LA at SoFi Stadium. Ours was at the Kia Forum. That's in Inglewood. SoFi Stadium's not that far from that. And so the Rams are supposed to play the Vikings on Monday, and now they're like, but that game might get moved. And they basically canceled practice and stuff so that the players could go see what the state of their homes were. Because a lot of those guys live out there, you know, in Calabasas and West Hills by the Kardashians. So they're like, we're still planning on playing this game on Monday. That's a whole lot of machinery that goes along with that kind of thing. You know, and people go, well, it was so stupid. People can't think past level 1, right? They never go to the second level. People are like, yeah, but SoFi's indoors. Yes, but people still have to get there, and it involves traffic and travel and all these logistics. They're not worried that the field is going to burn inside SoFi Stadium, that, you know, you have to put out a statement that, well, the safety is our number one priority. Wink, wink. You know how we got to be a multi-billion-dollar organization here at the NFL? By prioritizing safety. That's how we did it. Now, the backup is they're going to play it at State Farm Stadium in Arizona if they need to. They've got that on standby. So obviously they have a contingency plan. They're not just going to sit there and go, well, we'll make it a game. We'll make it a day of decision. And they may have already moved it. They may have already said, we're going to do this. But as of this morning, they were like, well, they sent the guys home from practice to, you know, I guess check on their situations.
I talked to Amy yesterday. Amy's our promotions person here at MMS. And she was in L.A. for Alter Ego to work the event. And she was flying home. They were sending everybody home because they canceled it. And she said it was the craziest thing on the plane because out of one side of the plane, you know, you're seeing what everybody knows of California.
Yeah, beautiful
California. Beautiful California.
Yep.
And out of the other side, she's like, it looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah.
She's like, she goes, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the picture she took. It's just, I mean, well, you've seen it already, but someone you know taking the picture may be different out.
There's a show on Peacock. The great Alan Cumming, who was on this show not long ago, hosts it. It's called Traders, and it's a bunch of they send a bunch of reality stars to a castle in Scotland, and they pit them against one another. I think they just started streaming the 3rd season last night, and he's the host. You ever watch Traders?
I haven't.
Okay. I love it. I don't know who any of the people are. My wife knows who these people are, the reality stars and things. Once in a while, I'll know who somebody is. But traditionally, I do not. I know them from this particular show. And the premise of the show is you have all of these people, but 3 of them are secretly working in concert with each other to get other people off. So these are the traders, but nobody knows who they are except those 3 people know who they are. And they started a new season last night. And Norm, who listens to the show from Detroit, was talking about how Alan Cumming says, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." Right, the old sign, the literary sign above the gates of hell. If you go back to, I think it was what's that from? Paradise Lost or something like that. And our old intern Donnie, many years ago, and it'll show up again in the best of shows occasionally. That our old intern Donnie had that tattoo, but the tattoo artist misspelled it, so it said Abaddon or something like that. And man, we just roasted him mercilessly. And it's funny that Norm brings up Donnie because I hadn't heard from him in a minute and still haven't, and I hope he's okay. He's a guy that was always kind of living on the edge, and he'd been in North Carolina for a while. But it's funny he mentions that because I was thinking of Donnie over this past week. I was like, I wonder if we haven't heard from Donnie in a long time. Rob has no idea who he is. But he was like our penultimate intern, I think. Before Pound Cake was an intern, we had Donnie. And that was his nickname. His real name was Corey Darko, but because his last name was Darko, my nickname, Rob, I would always give the interns hilarious nicknames. I gave Pound Cake his nickname. I gave Matitude his nickname that he still uses. I gave just hilarious nicknames for everybody. And but no, I have not heard from Donnie in a while. He hasn't called the show. I don't know if he still pokes his head in. I don't know. Okay, the game was moved to Arizona, people are telling me. I think that's probably the smart play, right? I mean, you're not going to wait until day of and go, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So ESPN is at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. I assume that's where the Cardinals play, their home stadium there. Also, Monday, I think we start giving away money again, yes?
The Buzzard Bookie returns.
Yeah! All right, man. So 30 past every hour starting Monday. And then for the foreseeable future, we'll be stopping down to tell you that you can win some money. You can leave us voicemails. They are still coming fast and furious based on what was kind of a throwaway conversation about pooping yourself. Because, there are a lot of podcast listeners who don't call live. They'll call 2 or 3 days later because they were listening to the show, and I'm still getting a lot of those.
Hey, Alan. A couple days ago, you and Rob were talking about defecating your pants. I have shat myself thrice as an adult. So now when I travel, I pack as if I'm going to crap my pants 4 times a day, every day that I'm gone. So, it's like 2 pairs of pants, a couple T-shirts, 20 pairs of underpants. Okay, love you. Bye.
I mean, there's nothing. Listen, I would always rather be over-prepared than under-prepared, right? They always say that. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Guys,
so I envision his entire suitcase as undergarments.
I was going to say, guys, packing a second bag just full of underwear.
Yeah. That's your checked bag, not your,
That's incredible.
They're like, God, what's in this? It's like a giant 1976 Samsonite, What's in this? It's all underwear.
But it's relative, too. You become an adult at 18, right? So he sounded like a maybe late 30s guy, right? Somewhere in there.
Okay.
I mean, that's 3 times isn't terrible over the course of 20 years.
I guess. I mean, again, I have no sense of how normal or not normal that is. Just anecdotally, from the number of calls I've gotten, at least with our audience, and God bless you, it seems very common. So I don't know. Again, I've seen how people eat, so I'm not surprised. But I've done it precisely once in 54 years.
That you can remember?
Well.
Definitely never happened again?
Oh, no, it did not happen again.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I thought you meant like when I was a baby or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously then. That's different. But
yeah,
I can think of 2 for sure. But again, the level is always going to be up for discussion. What counts as crapping your pants?
Well, I mean, a lot of people will count, I farted and it wasn't all air.
That's not, see,
okay.
if it doesn't breach the cheek area,
okay,
then I don't think that it counts as crapping your pants. I think that's crapping your cheeks.
It's got to breach the cheek.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can sit down and wipe and no harm, no foul.
Mm-hmm.
But if you leave the area, now you got a whole separate problem to deal with.
Well, the one time I did it, boy, I told the story again. I really did it. I really, really did it. Well, I did get them down in the parking lot of the Dick's Sporting Goods in Arlington Heights, Illinois, So I guess I still haven't done it, like, technically in my pants, but I had to pull my pants back up.
Your once in 54 years equated to the 3 times that other guy did his.
I guess so.
It was just such a volume.
Yep. I was 36 years old when I did it. So I had gone 36 years having never done it. And I've gone the subsequent almost 18 years, never having done it again. Although in the context of these conversations, now I'm starting to feel a little self-conscious about it.
Join the club. Do it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe
Come on back.
Yeah.
That is gross.
Right. Thank you, Marcel. We haven't heard from Marcel in a long time either.
What?
We haven't heard from you in a while.
What?
We haven't heard from you in a long, long time. Yeah. Marcel used to call from New York City and just start talking and giving us sports scores and things like that. He talked to you like Twitter. And we haven't heard from him in a while. That's the difficulty with this is you really do, not only the audience becomes accustomed to hearing from some people, but I do too. And this is can be such a passive interaction that I don't know the state of these people. I don't know if they're alive or dead. I don't know what's going on with them. Hope they're okay. Hope that they've gone on to fame and fortune. Maybe started a family. I don't know. The woman that was eaten by pigs out there in Pataskala, that's one thing. How do you feel about death by wet elephant?
Oh, boy.
A tourist in a Thailand elephant sanctuary was killed while bathing an elephant. This is a tourist from Spain who had gone to Thailand to take part in one of these wildlife sanctuaries. Forgetting the wild part of wildlife. I think a lot of people do that. But this 22-year-old student had been bathing an elephant when the elephant hit her with the trunk and slammed her. And they initially said that she had been gored, but that's not what happened. It really got her with the trunk, and it killed her. She's just there with her boyfriend. And she was studying abroad there in Thailand and doing what you do. I don't know, she was bathing it, and I've never been that close to an elephant, and nor do I want to be. I try to respect nature.
I just hate when things like this happen. That it's the animal's fault. It's not the animal's fault. The animal's being an animal.
Yeah, I didn't see anything about that. You're right. Some people do that.
It drives me insane. Like when you see someone get ripped apart by gorillas, they kill the gorilla.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, you were dicking around in a zoo and it killed you. Well, hey, sorry, don't do that.
Well, here's always what I think, too, is I think and I'm assuming this, but maybe somebody over at the zoo could confirm or deny this. My assumption is always that if you are in one of these environments where you're allowed to touch a wild animal, I always think, I bet these animals have been trained in probably some unsavory ways to let people touch them.
Oh, without question.
So that they can charge people, come touch an elephant or whatever. You know what I mean?
When I was a kid, I remember going to a state fair, and I got to ride an elephant. And then looking back at it now, that poor elephant probably had the worst life ever.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just you're chained up to this thing, city to city, walking around in circles with two idiots sitting on your back for 3 minutes, so you can tell everybody, and you got a picture. I'm an elephant.
We were at the Cincinnati Zoo last summer, I think, and they had one of those things where you're way up high so that you can be face-to-face with the giraffe. And then you feed it like the Swiss chard or whatever they give them, Now, giraffes are very naturally docile animals, so I don't worry too much about that. But it always makes me nervous when people are practically putting their whole hand in this animal's mouth. Like, man, I would stand back here and I'd just throw leaves of lettuce at him or something. I'm trying to... Some tells me if I'm not feeding this animal, it's going to get fed. I'll just stand and look at it. I'll enjoy its natural majesty.
Just put it on one of those old people grabber things and just sort of hand it over that way.
Yeah, I'm fine passively enjoying animals. I really am, right? I'm not a huge... I have a third grader, so if she wants to go to the zoo or something like that, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine doing that. If I never went to another zoo again, I'd be perfectly fine.
I'm with you.
But when you are, I like to see the interaction between the animals, not necessarily the interaction between the people and the animals.
And the zoos today are a completely different vibe too, man. I mean, you see these elephant enclosures now are like a natural habitat, right? It's massive area, acres of stuff that they're living in. It's completely different. When they're just caged up and the Dumbo type elephants, it's terrible, or any animals.
Alan, have Rob tell you about Jeffrey crapping his pants during the Christmas show.
He crapped his pants during the Christmas special.
Thank you, sir. He did it. He just told me.
Yeah, no.
You were part of that?
Yeah.
It's called the Craptacular.
It is. Yeah. And he had, I think he had gone to anniversary dinner or something the night before. And he went to Red Lobster and had, I don't even know if that's what it was. That's what I'm going to guess. And he had fish and chips or something like that. And he got the bubble guts and the gurgles. So he spent the whole night up crapping. And then he came the next day and did the Christmas special with us. And and he was sitting in the studio, and he just looked up, looked at me, and he like lifted his cheek to rip a fart, and he just crapped his pants right on the spot, right there. Nice. And then he just ran out of the studio, and fun was had by all, except him.
Right. Okay.
I think it's the second time in 2024. I don't know how many
Well, I was
times
going
that
to
makes
say,
total.
I mean, if you were to consider the usual suspects to do that, he'd be number one.
Oh,
right?
yeah. With him, yeah.
All right, well, there you
Old
go,
pro.
sir or madam. Rob just told me.
There's your story.
Thank you.
I was good with he crapped his pants and left it there. But
Well, some people like details. Not everybody was around to hear that. That aired on Christmas, right?
yeah, we did it. I did it Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
Gets bigger and better every year, Alan.
Well, it should. That's the thing, is you got to keep ratcheting it up. You've got to keep... Taint Smasher was part of that too, yes? I saw one of his posts.
Yeah, it was the... Miles was back. I mean, he brought his whole band. We played in the Duncan Lounge, or he played in the Duncan Lounge. He put out a Christmas album, so he played a whole bunch of stuff off of that. Played Snowblind by Sabbath, which was awesome.
I think I dipped in to MMS at one point, and it must have been when that was on, but I just heard his band, and I didn't put it together at the time. I was like, oh my God, this band is amazing. Who is this? Yeah. And then later in the day, I was like, oh, that was them playing for the Craptacular.
Yeah,
but I didn't hear the whole thing.
They had an original, and then they did, like I said, they did Snowblind,
Yep.
which was just, I love that song anyway. So their version was great.
I think that I heard their original, but it was... Anyway, I've got to take another break here. 35192, if you want to send me a text. I have one pair of tickets left. If you're a metal fan, Nile and 6 Feet Under are coming back to Cleveland. They're on the Revenge of the Underworld tour, and I will throw in another pair of tickets to join us tomorrow night for Cleveland Rocks Night with the Monsters at the Romo Fijo. So we'll do that coming back. 35192, also to text for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Randy says, my family and I saw Doogie. I must say she was one of the nicest people I have come across. You guys always call her a bitch, but I didn't see that at all.
Thank you.
She's great at doing that. That's a skill of hers. She's like a serial killer. How charming they are.
Now I'm a serial killer.
Yeah.
I know my first victim.
It's not Ted Bundy. She's Ted Bunyan. Jeffrey Dahmer, perhaps. John Wayne Spacey. Huh? What?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
Number 4 USC women's basketball handed number 8 Maryland its first loss of the season, 79-74 on Wednesday night, despite an off night from star Juju Watkins, who had 21 points on 7 for 19 shooting from the field. Kiki Iriafen also scored 21 for the Trojans, who used an 18-6 run to end the game to grab the win. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
Solo Funds believes that people should be able to help people. They're on a mission to help people support each other financially. At Solo, each member can tap the strength of their community to power their own journey toward financial freedom. You can take comfort in the knowledge that no matter what, you're not on your own. Whether you need a little help making rent or paying those utility bills, the community at Solo has your back. Download the app today and learn more at solofunds.com.
Loans are not guaranteed. Terms and conditions apply. Solo Fund is a fintech, not a bank. Banking services provided by Bangor Services Bank, member FDIC.
It's just like my car radio on my phone.
Adding presets is so much fun.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Seeing lyrics in the app is incredible.
It's so easy to use.
Nice job, iHeart.
Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
The Meijer 7 for $7 sale is back. For a limited time, pay $1 each when you mix or match any 7 or more on participating items, like bags of avocado minis, 1.25 liters of Coca-Cola products, plus deposit where applicable, Dannon or Chobani Greek yogurt, Kraft mac and cheese, and Meijer brand frozen vegetables. Save a good deal more with the Meijer 7 for $7 sale. That's the good life. Exclusions apply. See the Meijer app for details.
This is a story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The buzzer. The home of the buzzer.
Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, I have one more pair of tickets for you this week, WMMS, and 2 hours to midnight, our metal show, which is back tomorrow night, presenting Nile and 6 Feet Under. This is Thursday night, January the 23rd at the world-famous Agora, not far off. The Revenge of the Underworld Tour. They are your co-headliners, Psychroptic and Embryonic Autopsy will round out the lineup. AgoraCleveland.com for the info. You got 2 tickets for that show, and then I'll throw in a pair for tomorrow night. You got time? You want to come hang with us? Cleveland Rocks Night with the Cleveland Monsters and WMMS at the Romo Fijo tomorrow night. Get some hockey under your belt, and then in a couple of weeks, Nile and 6 Feet Under, okay? A pair for each. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Anybody remember the name of the band that did the theme song to The Sopranos?
If you give me a second, I know I can come up with it. There's a number in it,
Yes.
isn't there?
Yep. They're a British band, but it's not a British reference.
All right, go ahead.
The Alabama 3.
Yes.
The country band Alabama got into a little bit of a skirmish with them, so I think in the U.S., they're called A3, but they're called the Alabama 3. They're a British band, and a lot of their music has been in a lot of things. They were kind of like a weirdo British band. They were originally called the First Presbyterian Church of Elvis the Divine. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but okay.
A3's a little better.
A3. And Woke Up This Morning, which was a song of theirs that the Sopranos used, of course, for their theme song. Everybody associates it now with that show. It was 26 years ago today that the Sopranos premiered on HBO. Almost 30 years.
Oh, my God.
The Sopranos. Holy Christ.
Wow.
Yeah. January the 10th, 1999, they dropped the show The Sopranos, and obviously nobody knew what that show would become, but that's kind of what ushered in the age of that kind of show, right? HBO had already they had Sex and the City going. Oz was already a big show over there on HBO. I think that started a couple of years prior, but The Sopranos dropped 26 years ago today. Now, if you are somebody who does not, you might be somebody who still has cable. A lot of people do. We talk about streaming services so frequently that we forget. There's a lot of people who are like, screw that. I'll get cable or a couple of channels or whatever. I'm still rocking the flip phone. I don't need all this nonsense. People who still have cable, HBO Signature. You know, HBO cable has like 3 or 4 different kinds of HBO. HBO Signature, which is still a channel. They're showing The Sopranos nonstop, like right now through Sunday at midnight. So if you're still a cable viewer, get over there and dig that. The rest of us, we can watch The Sopranos anytime we want.
I was going to say, we could just do
HBO
the
app.
exact same thing and just hit play and let them all go.
Yes. But I have to be reminded, and I try to remind myself, and I do have people in our audience who remind me, hey, dummy, not everybody is subscribing to every goddamn streaming service like I am. And they're right, I am the dummy. I'm the guy subscribing to everything. Because if I click on my Roku and I go through a channel, but it is the same as just scrolling through cable television. I have Hulu Live, which is essentially cable television.
Same.
Roku itself has a live component now. If you have Roku, there's a channel called Live TV. I was watching, they have a Goldberg's channel I was watching the other night.
The Bob Ross channel?
Yes, they have all of these. So, Fubo just got bought. Fubo is one of those free TV streamers. They just got bought by Hulu, so that's going to be part of that too. But like a moron, I really do subscribe to every one of these streaming services. So I have Max, and I have goddamn MGM Plus, and I have, now a lot of these end up being absorbed into other streamers. so you can maybe one by one winnow them down. But I have Paramount Plus, and I have Stars, and I have a lot of these you can bundle. And I don't know why I do it. If you call me a dummy, you're absolutely right, because I don't know why I do it. Because invariably you'll get emails from each one of these going, hey, want to let you know, price is going up. And you look at it, and this is how they get you. They go, right now you're paying $7.99 a month. Next month, it's going up to $8.99 a month. And you go, okay, well, that's $1. I can pay an extra $1 a month. But then when they all add up, it's already ridiculous what you're paying for them. And if they're each going up $1 or $2 or $3, some of them go, hey, it's $7.99 now. It's going to be $10.99 starting next month. You go, okay. That's how I do. In my brain, I go, right, but it's $3, right? $3 a month. And then they all add up.
I never canceled until the Disney one. The Disney thing pissed me off so bad. I've been paying $79.99 per year since it started. Every year.
Yeah.
I got a thing this year. It's like, it's going to be $149.99 and starts over on. I'm like, wait, what?
Right, doubling, yeah.
So then I signed up.
Yeah, but isn't that because it's part of Hulu and ESPN now? That's the whole bundle,
this was
right?
just Disney Plus.
Oh,
I didn't have anything else. It was just that. So that's what they were trying to get you to do, though.
Yeah.
Was to join this other thing. So I canceled my regular subscription, and I joined Hulu to get the live TV for the football season, and I got Disney Plus anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But now I have to watch commercials, so the kids will bitch like, I got to watch commercials on Disney Channel. Okay. Sit through the 2 minutes.
Well, that's the thing, is it's come full circle now. Listen, the salad days of no ads are all gone.
Yes.
It's all ads. Apple TV still doesn't have ads because, frankly, they don't need it. But neither does Amazon, and they've got ads in Prime. So, yeah, I don't know. It's wild. But anyway, Sopranos, 26 years ago tonight, they premiered that show over there.
I have watched that entire thing probably 5 or 6 times, and I have every DVD. I bought it when they would release every year. So in the event I somehow don't have a streamer someday and I want to watch it, I can still go back and I don't even know if I have a DVD player actually.
I do have I have a DVD player right in my giant cabinet. I couldn't tell you the last time it was used. I don't even know where I'm sure the DVDs are probably down there too.
Well, I guess I could play it on we have a PlayStation, so I could probably, I would imagine, play it on that.
Yeah. No, I watched The Sopranos first run. My wife had never seen it. She's 10 years younger than me. She had never seen it. So like Christmas vacation of 2023, I go, we should watch The Sopranos. I was just looking for any reason to start it from the beginning and watch the whole thing. And she's like, yeah, I've never seen it. And of course she's laughing. She's like, boy, it's a really 90s show, right? Everybody's got the flip phones. And I had forgotten because whatever. But yeah, any opportunity to watch The Sopranos, I'll take it.
And you know something is really good when you rewatch something and you remember the episode and exactly what's going to happen again. Like the second time I did it, it was years and years ago, but I remember exactly, like, I'm like, oh, this is the part where Paulie's going to go over to Italy and he's going to go to the restaurant and they're going to give him the pasta and he's not going to eat it. And he's going to ask for the one with sauce. And then they're going to, it all came back to me as I watched every single episode again.
Yeah.
Now that I know that, I might actually start it again this weekend.
The Sopranos.
I may not make it tomorrow to the game.
To the Monsters game?
Hang at home and watch Sopranos.
I thought Rob was coming. No, he's at home watching The Sopranos. He's a huge Alabama 3 fan.
For the 8th time.
Mm-hmm. Alan, them moving that game to Arizona is not necessarily a good look. A rough look for the NFL, moving it to State Farm Stadium there, right? State Farm is getting the lion's share of the vitriol over these fires because they canceled a whole lot of policies in California before these wildfires. And it is amazing to me that people, they do realize, obviously, how insurance companies operate. And it's had a white-hot spotlight put on it because of the United Healthcare CEO, being murdered in the street or whatever. But, yeah, a lot of these insurance companies are like, hey, we didn't get into this business to pay out this much money. So we're pulling out of Florida. We're pulling out of California. And, nature and business abhors a vacuum. So there's all kinds of, lower-level insurance companies that'll fill that void. But you'll pay out the ass for your insurance. And in those states, you already are. So this notion that these insurance companies are like, well, let's see what we can do for you. I know these fires suck. That's not how they operate. Insurance is gambling. That's what insurance is. That's what life insurance is. Any form of insurance. I'll bet you $100 a month until the day you die that you don't die. That's what life insurance is. I'll bet you $200 a month until your house burns down that your house doesn't burn down. And so it's getting harder and harder for people that live in those areas. But anyway, I mentioned, somebody texted, they're like, that's a weird look because they had to move the Rams-Vikings game out of L.A. to Arizona where the Cardinals play, and that is State Farm Stadium.
But it doesn't.
So they're going to have their logo all over this game, and it doesn't what?
It doesn't just affect your like the premiums of the people's houses.
It affects
everyone. Like you're
yes.
going up because
yes.
of it too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the crazy part.
Right. Well, and if it's not fires, it's why'd they pull out of Florida?
Yeah.
Floods,
right?
Hurricanes. Oh, so yeah, it'll get harder and harder to, in this part of the country, obviously, every time they run one of those climate change maps, they're like, well, Northeast Ohio, quite literally, is one of the places in the entire country that's going to be least affected by these kinds of things. But you're not going to be able to get away from just the world getting hotter. Right. It might be fun for a couple of years when we don't have, flake one of snow in the winter, but everything's getting hotter. And we're already an empire in decline. And so I don't know. At this point, big picture, it's interesting to see what's happening. But it's going to get less and less interesting and more like...
real.
Yeah. More and more real.
Yeah, the interest goes away very fast when it
really
becomes
does.
real.
Yeah. So, I don't know. But it would be strange to stand there and watch your home go up in flames.
It wasn't mine. Like I said, my neighbors burned down. But I remember standing outside with them. And it was that watching their reaction and then watching a house you'd been in 500 times burned down. It's an odd feeling.
And nothing that you can do about it, right?
Nothing.
Everything you've got is gone now, yeah.
Theirs was started by their dog.
Chewed through like a wire or something, or what did their dog
the craziest thing in the world. The dog.
They unfortunately had taught him to light a lighter.
Matches.
As a party trick. Yep.
Yeah.
And it really bit him in the ass.
The dog was lighting farts. No, he jumped up on. I was into like chewing hats and gloves and stuff in the winter, and he jumped up onto the stove because they had put the box of that stuff on top of the stove, and when he got up to try to get it, he flipped the burner on.
The dog jumped up onto the stove?
Like he put his paws up onto the stove to get the box.
Okay. He wasn't up on the burners.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And when he did, his paws were on the burners, and they turned on one of the burners, and then that
gas stove.
Yep, lit that box on fire.
And where were they?
They were out at dinner.
Oh, my God. So they come home to their house on fire.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Did they get the dog?
They did. Yeah, the dog, when they, basically what had happened was, I think once the dog realized how bad it was, he sort of he went downstairs because the fire was up in the main.
And then lied about it probably.
And then, he was like, I didn't do anything.
Did you do this? They're like,
he's like, no, it was Rob. Rob was over here messing around.
Wait, the dog blamed you?
Yeah.
Oh, that son of a bitch. I could see a cat doing that, but.
Nope. Me and the dog, we've got along well, but I mean, he was in trouble.
Wow.
Needed a scapegoat. I was like, all right, man, I'll take it.
And so they come home, the dog's pointing a paw to you.
Yeah.
And now your neighbors.
No, he didn't even point. They let him out of the house. He walked right over to my house.
Mm-hmm.
They rang the bell. I came outside. I'm like, what's going on? They pointed at the house, and the dog just kind of stood up and pointed at me.
Wow. Hind legs?
Hind legs. It's like 6 feet tall when he went up on his back legs.
Yeah.
Pointed right at me.
They had unfortunately also gotten him those buttons that correspond to words. You like food, walk. One of them was Rob.
Yeah. Fire. Rob.
Fire.
Yep.
Wow. So, needless to say, that relationship with your neighbors is probably also torched.
No, never got better. They
really?
were so happy. And a brand new home, brand new things. I helped.
So it was a new house.
They made it. Yeah, they turned the house completely. Yeah, they had to rebuild the entire house.
Well, no, I mean before it wasn't a new house.
No, it was a 25-year-old house, whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Huh. Yeah, all right. Well,
sad.
Yeah, it's terrible. I've never been part of a house fire. I don't recall anyone's house being on fire. Not that I recall. But there are a lot of zip codes there in LA that are in really, really bad shape. And a whole lot of those places that are on fire are the places where State Farm said, we're not going to insure these anymore.
Dude, this was one house. right?
Yeah.
And you talked about the smell and the air quality and that sort of stuff. This was one house that was, I mean, there was a considerable amount of distance between our homes. We lived kind of in the wooded area. It was like, it was, my house smelled.
Right.
It was like really, really bad. I don't even really know how to describe it because it was like no fire I'd ever smelled.
Well, it's invasive. It's like water damage, right? I mean, smoke damage, you're not getting that out.
No.
Yeah. Stephen Canton says, wow, Rob, pasta spoiler alert. I've never seen the show. The Sopranos. Yeah.
Paulie didn't like that stuff they put in front of him. It's way too European.
Jamie Lynn Sigler still looks good, boy.
I think even better.
Yeah, she kind of grew into herself.
Beautiful woman.
She and AJ do a podcast together, I believe.
She has one of those, is it like a stomach disease or something? I see her on those commercials all the time for like a medicine. She's like some kind of something. I don't remember what it is.
Oh, okay, like celiac disease or something?
Yeah, she's always on, like, if you have this type of thing like I do, you should try this type of medication that'll stop whatever you have. I don't remember what it is.
Ofatumumab.
That's the one.
She has MS.
Okay.
Multiple sclerosis. Yeah, my sister has MS.
Oh, that's a rough one.
It is, and it's terrible because you'd never know it. Like, my sister's perfectly, you know what I mean? But also, it's it differs person to person. You know, I have friends who have family members with MS, and some of them are just completely decimated. And other people are like, I guess maybe they haven't gotten there yet. You know, my sister's 35, and I think she got diagnosed probably 7-8 years ago.
I think it is one of those diseases, though, like you said. I think they're all sort of different, right? Like, look at Parkinson's and how it affected Michael J. Fox versus, you know, I don't know, some other person that has the exact same disease. Mario Lemieux.
Yeah.
Mario Lemieux still skates.
Yep.
You know?
MS drug Kesimpta. That's the retail name. That's what Jamie Lynn Sigler does ads for. I don't know that I've seen one of those, but that's what she's in there for. Relapsing MS. Alan, you're a chump. I have 0 TV services and a digital antenna. You are 100% correct, by the way. That's the way to do it. Because if you're just sitting down, you know, you can get along not watching these super popular TV shows that everybody else is watching. Oh, my God, are you watching?
Nope.
You know, there used to be FOMO, but now people go, you watching this? No. You know? Game of Thrones. You watching? No. Now, that's just because I didn't really have any interest in that show. But, you know, to your point, sir or madam, I am a chump. Absolutely. And think about this. Even worse, that's just one way that I'm a chump. So many different ways. That's just one.
But I'm with you. Someone the other day was like, oh, are you watching Landman? And I'm like, nope.
Now, I am watching Landman. I am watching.
We just watched the first episode
Billy
last
Bob
night.
Thornton. Allie Larder looks unbelievable.
Does she ever?
Woman's almost 50. She looks great.
The only thing I have a hard time with right now is believing that daughter is 17 years
Well,
old.
that's
when
the
she's
funny.
clearly
she's
like 40.
Yeah, 27 years old playing 18.
Yeah.
Daddy, I just want to go to college. Okay.
That whole scene of when she was talking to him about the rules with the boyfriend.
Yes.
I was just like, oh my God. Like, you, first off, you're clearly not 17. And if you were, saying that to your father, my dad would have drowned me like in that Gatorade tub that was right next to him.
Yeah. No, I like that show, though. But also, what? There are no legit 18 or 19-year-old actresses?
Right.
You know? I don't know. It's weird.
Hey, boys, it's Becky from Wayne County. I was calling to weigh in on your conversation around genital trauma. And I used to work at this paper company, and one of my coworkers was getting married in Niagara Falls, so we went, and at the wedding, a coworker was, you know, showing off dancing. He did a split. He had his keys in his pocket, and he punctured his testicles. So, Happy New Year.
He punctured his testicle with his keys in his pocket.
That's such a and that's such a bad. Like, if she meant like he just injured his nutsack, she would have said that, which means that he actually punctured a hole in a testicle
because he had his keys in his pocket.
It hurts when you get it flicked. Like if someone just gives you a little boop.
But that's what a perfect wedding story, right? Everybody's dancing, everybody's showing off. This guy goes, I can do the splits. He can't do the splits.
Hey, you're gonna love it. Steve's coming to the barbecue. Jeez, I haven't seen him since he punctured his testicle at the wedding
with his car keys.
I can't wait to see him.
It's funny because we all know that's not how you unlock your nuts.
Yeah, I wonder if he lost one.
Oh God,
did he lose it?
I don't know.
I need a follow up.
It was stuck to the end of his house key. What is that?
Bloop.
Is that a Rocky Mountain oyster? No. I was doing the splits at a wedding at Niagara Falls.
Just saved it. It's hanging from his rearview mirror.
Just put him in a barrel and put him over the falls at that point. All right, I got Cavs tickets for you on the way back. Cavs are going to play the lowly Detroit Pistons coming up on the 27th. And I'll also throw in a pair of tickets to get you over to the Romo Fijo this Saturday night, tomorrow night, for Cleveland Rocks Night with the Cleveland Monsters and WMMS. We'll all be there. So we'll get those Cavs tickets for you. The Cavs game is January 27th. That is not far off either. 35192. You want to text me for anything else? You can watch the show live if you want to. Find our YouTube channel.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your
Rob, we've been trolled.
Uh-oh.
We have.
I wonder if it's the same thing that that was reported to me on the live stream.
About The Office?
Yeah, the stab in the nuts.
I love The Office, but I'm not an Office nerd where I have committed every single episode and scene to memory, so I would not have remembered this. But the girl who called us with the story, she was setting us up. That's a scene from The Office.
Unless it actually happened in real life, too. Art imitating life.
There you go.
Hey, boys, it's Becky from Wayne County. I was calling to weigh in on your conversation around genital trauma. And I used to work at this paper company, and one of my coworkers was getting married in Niagara Falls, so we went, and at the wedding, a coworker was, showing off dancing. He did a split. He had his keys in his pockets, and he punctured his testicles. So, Happy New Year.
That's pretty good, Becky. Thank you.
I
was going to say, how did we, now that I hear it a second time, how did we miss that?
I worked at a paper company, Niagara Falls wedding.
Oh,
Come on.
man. We're here in the moment, and I don't get it. All these people are like, dude, that happened to the Nard dog, Andy Bernard, right?
We were just so happy
Ed
that
Helms. I know.
Someone got testicular injury.
I wanted to believe you, Becky. That's what it was. But we absolutely should have caught that. Yes.
Bravo, Becky.
Yeah, well done.
Bravo.
Yep. Savor the flavor, because it ain't going to happen again. Good for you. Oh, my God, you guys, that is from The Office. That was the, everybody's hitting me up now with it. Okay, thank you. Becky, well done. Becky's called us before. I don't know. Have all of her calls now been scenes from
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh, my God, if we went back and all of them were,
She's been trolling you for
the whole
15
time.
years.
Hey, guys, Becky from Wayne County. A buddy of mine got taken out of prison, and they said if he could beat this game show where people were chasing him to kill him, that he'd get some money. Oh, really? Oh, that sounds cool. That's wild. Where do you sign up for that? I had a friend who was mentally challenged, Alan, and he met Nixon, and he went running, and all these things. Go back and dig out all her calls.
Ran clear across the country.
Oh. I had a friend who worked on one of the rigs out in the ocean, and they NASA picked him up and sent him to an asteroid.
In a world.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well done.
Oh, Becky, you magnificent bitch. You did it. You got us to sympathize with Andy Bernard, the Nard dog.
She is celebrating so hard right now.
She should be.
Yeah, man, that was a good one.
She got over on us.
Both of us.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, what are you going to do? Hey, you want to have some of this Calpis?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Well, we were talking earlier in the week about the oldest woman in the world who just died, a Japanese woman who had died at 116 years old. And they were like, oh, how did you do it? And she goes, bananas and Calpis. And I thought maybe initially there was something lost in translation, but Calpis is a very popular
Do you want to smell it before you
drink. No, I'll smell it when I bring it to my lips.
Oof.
And so we were talking about how, that kind of sounds like Yoo-hoo, but in that there's no dairy component to it,
It's a formidable scent.
Stings the nostrils. Gee, I wonder if Becky left us a message about a buddy of hers that wore cologne with bits of panther in it. I'm going to have to go back. Made me Actually, it doesn't smell bad. It smells like... It's called citrusy, and that's what I'm getting the notes of there, the citrusy.
But it smells like thick citrus somehow.
Yeah.
There's something that's not right there.
I mean, it looks terrible. On camera, I'm sure it looks like we're drinking cow semen. Oh, thank you. The Yoo-hoo coming with it here, and make sure that I'm careful as I switch to my right hand.
Yeah, so...
What is it? We drink the Calpis first?
I think so, right? Because the chocolate's going to taint the flavor.
We're doing this because we've... I think that was their slogan. Taint the flavor you're looking for, but it's the flavor we've got. Calpis. Okay, so we're doing this because we've never had it, A. So we're curious on that level. And also... is this something that we would regularly drink in the hopes of reaching the age of 100? 100 and anything. I don't need the extra 16 years. If this will get me to like Jimmy Carter level, I'll be okay with that.
Not at $12 for a 50-ounce bottle, no.
Is that how much it was?
It was, yeah.
$12 for that.
And I didn't even get the flavor I
ounces.
ordered. I ordered that. I think the OG flavor is vanilla, and we got citrus.
Yeah, right.
Citrus E.
Yeah. Well, because a lot of our Asian listeners, well, I shouldn't say a lot of our Asian listeners, both of our Asian listeners were telling me that we can, get it over a Koreatown or whatever, but Rob had already ordered it. Neither of us were going to go over there to look for Calpico, but I do appreciate the direction. Okay, so we're going to drink the Calpis first and then the Yoo-Hoo, or?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Okay, so
you're familiar with Yoo-Hoo. I haven't had it
love Yoo-Hoo.
Years.
I haven't either, but I objectively love Yoo-Hoo, yes.
Ready?
Yes. Calpis.
Oh, I don't like that at all. It's not terrible, but it's the sweetest, grossest thing.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, but it's like...
It's thick.
You know how something tastes like something, but also doesn't taste like anything? Like, that's what it is. It's like watered down milk with lemon juice in it.
And it just stays.
Yeah.
It doesn't... Like, it leaves a film or something.
See, that's why I don't like coconut water. It just tastes gross to me. It tastes like... I know it's supposed to be good for you, but... Anything coconut water, and I love coconut. I just want nothing to do with it. Keep it out of my water.
19 grams of added sugar for a 12-ounce serving. 39% sugar.
I'm not averse to anything sweet. I have a raging sweet tooth that I work pretty hard at keeping under wraps.
It's
other
too
than
much.
this is a lot, boy. So she has this every day to keep her to 116.
But she was 430 pounds.
Not even that, yeah. You think adult onset diabetes would be a bigger deal there in Japan, but no. I guess they offset it with all the fish and bananas.
Wilfred Brimley's calling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very good at all.
Well, that's...
I'm trying to think. It does taste like something. It's got like that same... Like that residue mouth thing is. Do you remember those push-up orange popsicles when you were a kid?
Of course, with a cardboard tube.
Yeah,
it was like yogurt in a toilet paper roll.
That's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
All
it's
right.
like it just stays there. Thick.
Oh, that's a thick boy right there. All right.
Yeah.
Chase it with some Yoo-Hoo.
Yeah, I ran out of water.
Classic American Yoo-Hoo.
Yeah, see, I don't like that either. That tastes like cold, like way too much watered hot chocolate.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's like melted down Swiss Miss or something, or,
Oh, you like this?
Not the Yoo-Hoo?
Yeah?
Oh, I love Yoo-Hoo.
Like right now, you just took that sip and you're like, oh, yeah, there it is.
Well, I like chocolate. And
There's that flavor
But
I
also,
missed.
you know what? It does have, there's a bit of nostalgia in it for me in that Yoo-Hoo and combos were my breakfast every morning when I was getting divorced. I was on in the morning. And I lived like 5 minutes from the radio station. My divorce apartment was 5 minutes from the radio station. And like every night for a year, I had been out until like 3 a.m. the night before. So I'd get 90 minutes of sleep. I would drive to work drinking Yoo-Hoo and eating combos. And that was my breakfast. So it was a different time, Rob, is what I'm trying to say. So, but I objectively like Yoo-Hoo.
Now, if I thought there was a lot of sugar in the cow piss, there 36 grams of added sugars in a bottle of Yoo-Hoo, which is 15 ounces, right?
Yeah.
73% added sugars.
Yeah.
God almighty. Yeah, I guess maybe, and it looks so gross. Like, look at all the stuff floating in it.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's just powder in water, I think. Again, there's no dairy component at all, but there it is.
Disgusting.
Know a girl, I promised her the world, but she won't drink it down unless it's sweet and brown. No, no. Whoa, yeah. She likes you. She likes you. Oh, she likes you.
She likes Yoo-Hoo more than me-hoo.
Do you have a little bit of both left?
No.
You know what I'm thinking.
Mix them?
Yeah.
All right, well, give me one of those.
Which one do you need?
Well, I don't need either. I mean, I would
Oh,
need.
you emptied them both out,
I
you're
would
saying?
need both of them.
All right,
yeah.
here.
Here, just in
Yeah.
right in the cup. And then we'll just both have adult onset diabetes by the end of the show.
Puking in the next segment.
Uh-huh. Alan and Rob spent the weekend with their teeth falling out. It was a lot of fun.
Huge
and they
warning
probably
on the
won't do
side
it
that says, do not mix with Yoo-hoo.
Yeah, do not consume in conjunction with Yoo-hoo.
You ready?
Yeah, okay. Oh, Jesus, that's awful.
Oh, that's jarring.
Oh, that's jarringly bad.
That's much worse.
Yeah. 2 fingers of Calpis and Yoo-hoo. Again, for people going, why are they doing this? We don't really know either. We'd never had it either. It's stupid. I was going to ask what we've learned from this, but on Fridays at the end of the show, we do. What did we learn this week? And I'll save it for then. But
Yeah. Well, here's the rest of the Yoo-hoo you can have to wash that disgustingness out of your mouth.
all right.
And I got to get some water in a minute. Wow, that's gross.
Yeah, my water has Celsius packets in it, so that's not really going to help me out that much either. But
I think I have to put a little bit of Calpis in a cup to get rid of the flavor of the Yoo-hoo Calpis.
The Yoo-hoo is so bad that you got to cut it with Calpis.
No, the two together.
Oh.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, it's also a good cautionary tale in the way of we've done this so that you don't have to. Of course, everybody listening goes, we would never do that in the first place. Why would we do this? But why not?
I think we're gonna start a surge of Calpis sales in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, right. You're
we
welcome,
gotta get more
Koreatown.
Calpis. We ran out.
Mm-hmm.
The hell happened? Thanks, Alan.
Uh-huh.
Oof.
Alan, I know Becky, and she has a friend who was a military combat specialist. It was so good, they sent him overseas to retrieve some POWs. That's exciting, boy. I'll tell you what, she's got some stories. Man.
Sorry.
Becky had a friend who had been put in prison, and he escaped with a spoon digging a hole out. Oh, he had to crawl through a poop pipe. Oh, good. All right. She's lived a lot of lives. Becky in Wayne County.
If you have diabetes
Yep.
and you're on Medicare, your testing supplies may be covered. Here's how it works.
What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. Type 3 diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. Type 3 diabetes.
I'm getting low, not on the flow. I mean my sugar, man. I make dessert with Splenda and fresh big boogers, man. Might have to take some insulin before I'm in a coma. I'm knocking bitches out with my gangrene aroma. I can't smoke chronic because my toes are necrotic. I gotta maintain my circulation so I don't get another amputation. They call me peg leg, the diabetic pirate. I'm in the hospital helicopter so much that I can fly it. Shooting up a chill, it's medicine, not narcotics. Hope this rap thing blows up so I can get some new legs that's bionic. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. My pancreas is all up. I have diabetes. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. My pancreas is all up. I have diabetes. I have diabetes. I have diabetes.
At least we earned it, though. The Calpis and the Yoo-hoo.
I have diabetes. I have diabetes. I have diabetes. I have diabetes. I trusted a fart and shouldn't have. I farted poop. I trusted a fart and shouldn't have.
Oh, boy. The Taint Smasher and the BBGs back in the day, boy. A lot of people who are just checking this out, they're like, what are you saying? We're not saying cow piss, by the way. That was the joke earlier in the week because Calpis, Calpis, is a traditional Japanese I don't even know how it's described. It's not milk-based.
I think it is.
It
well, not
is?
actual milk. Like it just has like water, sugar, non-fat milk, lactic acid.
A non-carbonated Japanese drink that's made from fermented milk.
Cultured non-fat milk.
Okay. Well, I got to tell you, it tastes way thinner than that to me.
Maltitol syrup.
I didn't get the thickness to it that you got.
You didn't?
No, not really.
It just, but it's, I guess, is it just
God,
staying there?
I already feel sick to my stomach, though.
Do you really?
I mean, not to the point where it's going to, like, knock me over, but I could absolutely tell that we had 2 watery sugar drinks.
This was all a plan so you can catch up to me on crapping your pants.
Yeah, I guess so. Well played. Between you and Becky, and it's really... And then this person, Alan, could you wish my good friend Hugh Janus a happy birthday today? Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to do that. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Christy and Joe, 9th anniversary, and Hugh Janus turning 10. We'd mentioned...
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. It's one of those.
I totally felt for it, didn't I?
I think it was a trick. I think
you're right.
I think it was a trick name.
You're right.
Oh, boy. Right. The great Henry DiCarlo out there.
The first dude's reaction when he just goes... There's just no...
And the girl doesn't get it. She's like,
what? What's happening?
I get it now, guys. I got it.
It's one of those... Oh, it's great. Hugh Janus.
Alan, I live out here in Wayne County, and I run into Becky occasionally. She had a friend in prison who was about to be released when the prison transport plane he was on was hijacked by the other prisoners.
Trying to get some insulin.
Confederate Air. I've seen that movie.
That's right.
Yeah. I just heard about that one. That was good. Oof. Alan, you guys need to be ready for the farts. The active ingredient in the Yoo-hoo there. Okay, well.
What's the active ingredient to make a fart in Yoo-hoo?
Maltitol or something? I don't know.
Oh, that's in both of these things.
Oh, God. Okay, good. Well, I'm not generally a farty guy, but we're going into the weekend, and maybe it'll...
And I'm going to dinner tonight. This is going to be great.
Where are you going?
I don't know. She hasn't told me yet.
Oh, okay.
We're meeting another couple.
Oh, down here or out by you?
I think somewhere out by us. We might stop in Strongsville or something. I'm not sure.
All right.
Something, now I'm really kind of worried, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If that's the active ingredient that makes you fart, we're in trouble.
Yeah, but this is also the anecdote that you'll tell at dinner, too, right? Guys, I just want to let you know, I had Yoo-hoo and Calpis during the show today.
So when I'm farting, I apologize.
Yes, I'm really sorry, guys. Didn't mean to do it, just preemptively apologize.
Nu är det slut för den här veckan, men ni ser oss på måndag igen. Hej då!
Alan, I want to tell you, I have a friend in L.A. who just lost his entire business and has to start over from scratch. He was the guy that made the Maps to the Stars homes. Oh, come on. Yeah. You know who I've been thinking about are the celebrities who live in New York. And they're like, wow, am I glad I live in New York. Right? They might have a house out west. I mean, a lot of these people whose houses burned down, some of them have multiple residences, obviously. But not all of them. You know, Paris Hilton, her house burned down. You okay?
How can something not carbonated make me belch like this? This is not going to be good.
You're really going to regret all the Calpis.
It says right on it, non-carbonated beverage.
But it's made from fermented milk.
Oof.
Well, anyway, it's going to be a fun afternoon and evening for our upper and lower GIs, I have a feeling. Alan, you got to combine Yoo-hoo and a Twix. I've done that. Although Yoo-hoo and right Twix is great, Yoo-hoo and left Twix, terrible. Sucks. So just from me to you. And happy 50th to Hugh Janus. All right, I'm going to break. I want to go see that Pierce the Veil show. People, boy, they've got some dedicated fans because people have been blowing me up all week for Pierce the Veil. They're coming back to do Blossom on June the 3rd. So you'll sit on those for a minute, but I will throw in another pair of tickets to join us tomorrow night for the Cleveland Monsters. It's Cleveland Rocks Night with WMMS at the Romo Fijo, and we'll all be there. So Pierce the Veil tickets on the way back, and those Monsters tickets as well. 35192 to text for anything else. Find the show live if you want to watch on our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. This
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
will again not be their year. They are the snubbed.
Snubbed again.
Snubbed again this year. The band's not yet welcomed into the hallowed halls of Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame snub.
So, this weekend, the Buzzard will honor the Outcasts.
Biggest snub.
It's bullshit.
From Alice in Chains to White Zombie. and all the snubbed in between.
They got snubbed again.
With Snubble Shots. Back-to-back songs from the Rock Hall's biggest snubs.
Rejected by the Rock Hall.
Snubble Shots. All this weekend on 100.7 Snubble UMMS.
The Progressive Cleveland Boat Show, January 16th to 19th at the IX Center, clevelandboatshow.com. All your camping needs and patio.
I'm going to go see Pierce the Veil. They are on the I Can't Hear You tour, and they're coming back this summer with Sleeping with Sirens and Beach Weather. It's a good lineup. Tuesday night, June the 3rd, it's going to go down at blossomlivenation.com for all the info. And then I will also throw you a pair of tickets if you can join us tomorrow night at the Romo Fijo with the Cleveland Monsters. It's Cleveland Rocks Night with WMMS. We'll be there doing some stuff. First 10,000 fans in attendance get the limited edition WMMS Monsters hockey shirt. And so if you can join us tomorrow night, it'll be a lot of fun. Pierce the Veil, 2 for them, 2 for the Monsters. Caller 10. Good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Ozempic is expensive. Want to really lose your appetite? You've come to the right place. It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
How you doing over there?
Dude, I don't know why. I don't understand how I'm so burpy from something that isn't carbonated.
Fermented milk.
Holy cow.
The calpis is really getting to you, isn't it?
Something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You gonna make it?
I just have like that, like you like right in the bottom of your top of your belly there, where you just feel like you're constantly gonna burp.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got.
Somebody's sitting on your chest.
I didn't even drink that much.
Your Cleveland Browns are going to be one of the teams playing in London in 2025. It sounds like they will not have to buy a ticket for one Deshaun Watson, however.
Yeah.
As his season is pretty much blown out, like his Achilles, right?
Correct.
He underwent a second surgery to repair his right Achilles tendon rupture. That was in October. And then he went in for an exit physical with the Browns, and he complained of some discomfort. And they did an MRI, and he had re-ruptured his Achilles tendon.
Yeah, by rolling his ankle in Miami. Like, what the hell was he doing?
Not playing football. This guy's getting paid. He can do whatever he wants.
Such a dick.
He can fund a very, say it with me, lavish lifestyle. Yeah, they said he will likely miss significant time during the 2025 season, which I think we can all come to the conclusion that means he will not play at all in 2025. But
if you're the Browns, can't you just go to him and be like, dude, let's do this? Excuse me, $50 million. Just walk away.
Yes, we can't.
We can't do this.
Neither side, in good faith, can continue this relationship.
You've completely porked us from the start. Can we here's $75 million. We owe you whatever, 100 and whatever left. Can you please just walk away so we can take whatever little bit we have left and get someone who can throw a football for the team? Please.
Yeah, well, maybe they will come to that conclusion. I don't know. Maybe they will come to some kind of agreement. With the 2025 NFL International Games, they're really, really trying to make American football happen over in the UK. The Browns are going to be one of the teams that are going to be playing over there at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So I think it's the Browns, it's the Jets, and the Jaguars will play over there in the UK.
Boy, they are sending the NFL's best, aren't they?
The best
Holy
and brightest.
Crap.
I mean, the Jaguars have played there 13 times already. So the Jags will play Wembley Stadium. That'll be their 14th game in London. But the Jets and the Browns will play their games at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So they don't have the dates or anything like that. 2025 season will also feature games in Madrid and Berlin. So whoever the biggest freaks are on the Cleveland Browns, boy, I bet Deshaun Watson's really bummed he's not going to be getting over to Berlin.
Yeah, great massages.
Browns' only international regular season game was in October of 2017 when they lost to the Vikings in London. You can go to NFL.com/London if you are somebody who inexplicably loves the Browns so much that you want to go see their international game. We don't know when that is yet, but again, the Achilles tendon of one Deshaun Watson is done. And it does remind me, cast my mind back to one of my favorite moments on Wheel of Fortune when Achilles was part of the clue.
I saw.
Oh, well, that'd be a good idea, yeah.
Mythological hero Achilles.
You can't accept that.
Okay.
Shelby.
I'll solve.
Yeah.
Mythological hero Achilles.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, boy. Well.
It's college week, for Christ's sake, right? She's Texas A&M. They cut to the dude. Achilles is what this guy, right? Never read a lick of mythology. He's wearing an Indiana University sweatshirt. That's my wife's alma mater, IU, there in Bloomington. I'm like, mythological hero Achilles. And Pat Sage's just going to go, no, I can't.
love how he paused, just waited. All right.
I can't.
And buzzer.
And no. Who in college would not know that? Although I am always amazed at what people in college don't know. And I don't, listen, everybody has different courses of study, but there are also things that strike me as being relatively common knowledge among people who are in college. But I must be way off. Achilles.
Maybe the kid just panicked too. I mean, national stage.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Anything could happen, I suppose, but that seems pretty easy, especially after the whole mythological thing.
Yeah. Mythological hero Achilles. No, can't. Nope. Alan, all the 18-year-old actresses are playing 12-year-olds. Yeah, well, it's not hard to find child actors, you know? There's a weird spot there where when they need teen actors and actresses, that's when they get the 25-year-olds and the 27-year-olds to play them. And it can get goddamn ridiculous, some of these. Thank you, Rob, this person says. I thought I was the only one who hates Yoo-hoo. It tastes like chocolate silicone.
I don't know what chocolate silicone tastes like, but that definitely tastes like watered down, chili, hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Gross.
Alan, I know Becky out in Wayne County. Her friend was a hockey player who had to become a golfer in order to raise money to save his grandmother's home. Man, she has really lived a life. I'm fascinated by this woman. All the time she's called us, I wonder if all of her stories were just ripped off.
Now part of Alan Cox Show lore.
Yes, right. She's really made her mark. She had a niece who was once possessed by the devil and had a couple of priests come in to try to drive it out. Oh, they both lived, I hope. No, one of them died. Very spectacular fashion. Hey, Dick.
Hey, I've never in my life, it's been probably 8 years, but this is like a blizzard here. I mean, everything to the standstill. Monday was so bad, they had dressed up to 6 feet, 7 feet. I went out a little bit yesterday. I had to go to Grismer. So
6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot drifts.
8'9".
Dick, are you trying to
But
tell me
look-
that? Are you trying to tell me that it's currently snowing like that in Dayton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. We're getting some tonight, but I didn't know what was going on, obviously, in your neck of the woods.
How much are we getting?
Walmart, Lowe's. There was, see where else I went. Walmart, Lowe's were out. They sold out of shovels right away and snow blowers.
I'm always
And I
fascinated
just
by,
got out of-
it stands to reason, but it always makes me, in Ohio, it always strikes me as strange that people don't have a shovel. Or maybe it broke. I don't know. They're like, oh, they're sold out of shovels. People didn't have shovels? I don't know.
No. I stopped at O'Reilly. They gave me one, but guess what happened to me? I was a brave man. They didn't have any. I tried to shovel, and I woke up in the middle of the night. I was real shaky, and I sort of fell, and I had to call. I had to go both one day, and the guy said, "You just overdid it, Dick." It kept me for about 4 hours. But I just wanted to tell you, all my tests were good. All my tests were good for, I'll be 77 in April, Rob.
Again, I'm trying to follow the timeline here. This is current day you're talking about?
Yeah, it was the other day. They put about, I hate the plows around here. They put all the snow down where, when you back in and you get stuck in the drift.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been, I've never seen it like this. But, hey, I want to say something. Congratulations to the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're on a roll right now, aren't they?
They sure are, boy. They beat the Raptors last night. How about those Browns? Dick, you strike me as a guy who might try to gather a bit of scratch together and go see the Browns in London next season.
You know what? They need to get Will Howard from the Buckeyes. Stefanski needs to go. I say they bring in the people, when I was in college, when Bernie Kosar, I say they bring Hanford Dixon or Frank Meadowfield or Bernie Kosar to run that team. Because, you got 4 quarterbacks this year. They look like a bunch of clowns, and they won. But what do you guys think of Stefanski? How about you, Rob?
I like him very much. Very handsome man.
Yeah, of course. Rob looks in the mirror and he's like, what? I think that I could, sometimes in Central Park or there in Union Square Park in New York, Dick, they'll have Timothy Chalamet lookalike contests and people all show up. We're going to do a Kevin Stefanski lookalike contest here on the show. And yes,
I'm starting
of
my
course.
Ozempic today.
Mm-hmm.
A significant amount of weight needs to be lost before I can look just like him. But I'm on my way. Oh, my God.
And then we're going to do a face-off situation. We're going to slip Rob in there, and then he's going to be running the team, and no one's going to be the wiser.
Oh, really? Hey, do you still have that show late on Saturday night?
The heavy metal show?
Yeah.
I sure do. 2 hours to midnight, 10 o'clock Saturdays.
I called one time, and they said I had the wrong number. Can I call this week?
You sure can. How would you have the wrong number, Dick? You know the numbers.
Well, I don't know. They said you got the. It's the same number, right? 1-800-348-107, right?
Yeah, same phone number.
Yeah, but I got a call, right?
I mean,
he might have been on with.
You want to hear heavy metal?
Well, yeah, I'll listen to it. I haven't played music for 2 weeks. The snows come about every other day. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's just. It's pretty bad. The roads are getting bad. It's like a blizzard out there,
Well, if you're a metal fan, you're in luck, Dick, because I'm going to play. You want me to play some Drowning in Blood for you? I got them tomorrow night.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
How do you feel about Drowning in Blood? Okay. This one going out to Dick, who's neck high there on the snow drifts out of Dayton, Ohio. Friday one here called Drowning in Blood. How about that? I'll just set that up for you.
That sounds good. Well, have a good day.
Informer, say that I'm a stormy, I go blam.
Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
Take the man that say that I'm a stormy, slam somewhere down the lane.
Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
Trying to convince me that he likes heavy metal. I called and they told me I had the wrong number. Out of all the people who would ever have the wrong number, it would never be Dick. I would never, ever have the wrong number.
Unless Corey answered and was like, yeah, no, wrong number.
So he immediately recognized?
Yeah, no, wrong number, sorry.
Alan Deshaun Watson and his girlfriend went on a cruise mid-season. It probably left from Miami.
It seems like the time to be out dicking around on a cruise, doesn't it?
Imagine you roll your ankle getting onto a cruise ship, and then you're on a cruise and you're hobbled. Oof.
Because you're out, because you've ruptured your Achilles tendon.
Yeah.
Sure.
Paul is one of our beer chiefs in Detroit, downtown Detroit right now. He said it's a whiteout. I assume he means the weather. It is Detroit, and it's never going to... Alan, why would Deshaun Watson walk away when he's guaranteed all the money for doing nothing? He's a bag of shrimp to begin with. Why would he now become a decent person when the one thing he doesn't have to do is take a pay cut?
You just beg at that point, right?
I just think, I don't care who you are, and I know people want to get paid. I just think that at some point, you get through all the glitz and all the brand massaging and everything else. Deep down, every one of these guys is a competitor. Every one of these people at their core is an athlete who really, really wants to be playing and getting into good shape. Maybe I'm naive. I mean, these guys are competitors, and at some point you go, I'm not playing at all. Why am I going to take all this money? Now, he could go, hey, that's the nature of this business. You win some and you lose some, and a team throws you a bag of money. They know what they're getting into, and he would be correct.
But there's also a need to be liked by most of these people too, right? He was a beloved character in Houston. Right. Comes here, he will
he
never.
Was killing it in Houston.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But no matter what he does, he will never have the support of this town.
Right. He's not going to get anything back.
So I think that's where they can kind of go to him and be like, look, man, you got to hit the reset button and go someplace where people actually want you, because they don't want you here.
No, but isn't his career over?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
But they can play to that.
So he might as well take the money.
Yeah, that's just a dick move, man. Come on. How many games has he actually played at this point?
Less than half a dozen, I think, right?
I think it's probably more than that.
Oh, okay.
But I think it's
for the Browns?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think either way, I mean, he's not come close to fulfilling his end of the deal. It's just a terrible, stupid contract. But you just have to almost beg your way out of it.
I mean, to fulfill the deal they gave him, he'd have to be winning consecutive Super Bowls for Cleveland, right?
Correct.
It's so outsized. Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, the smarter minds than mine will be chopping that up for the next year. But it doesn't sound like he's going to be. They're going to be picking up his ticket for London.
Alan, Calvin can't listen to the podcast. I got a story. I was visiting a girlfriend at college. She lived in an apartment with 3 other girls, and we came back from the bar, a lot of drinking, getting ready to get down, and I totally crapped my pants. Trusted the fart, shouldn't have, just filled them. I couldn't throw them in the trash because I was the only guy there, so it would have been really obvious whose boxers were filled with poop in the garbage. So I did kind of a ninja move and hastily threw the underwear out the second-story window into the apartment complex yard. Still to this day, I think about the poor landscaper that probably got those underwear wrapped up in the lawnmower and was somehow fishing them out of the mower deck, just cursing whoever did this. Love you, bye.
Oh, he's mowing the lawn the next day, and Caleb's crappy boxers.
I love the description, too. Filled them.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's a lot there, man, if you can say filled them.
Well, I'm hoping he means boxer briefs, because you're not going to fill boxers. It's all going to fall out. The leg holes, right? Oh, man. Caleb. It ruined his night, too, probably. I wonder if he went back in and hosed off.
Standing in the welfare line, not sure who's behind. It wasn't mine, like the Red Sea. The line just parted, 'cause some nasty sucker knew he just had farted.
Knew he just had farted, of course. He knew he just had farted. Yeah. I'd like to know, I mean, that's a great setup. Thank you, Caleb. I would love to know the back end of that story, if you'll pardon the pun. If he just kind of gave himself a little below-the-belt horse bath and went in to slice it up with his girl. Now that you're emptied out, it's like when you've had too much to drink and you just go in and put your finger down to, kind of get yourself back to zero. They should put Deshaun Watson in a dunk tank for charity in the stadium every Sunday if he won't make a deal and leave.
19 games. He's played in 19 games total since coming to Cleveland.
Okay, well, there you go. I genuinely didn't think that it had been that many.
It's just, God.
I don't always have my ear to the ground on those things, but
No, it's just such a this is a terrible, terrible, terrible contract. I
Alan,
want his agent.
I think it's hilarious that Deshaun Watson grifted $230 million from another grifter in Jimmy Haslam. Well, game knows game, right? Alan, I live near Becky in Wayne County. And she knew a guy who had been burned to death by neighborhood parents, and he came back with razor fingers to haunt people's dreams. Yeah, listen, she apparently has a lot of stuff going on out there, and thank you. Ben says this is the exact reason players ask for guaranteed contracts and the exact reason teams shouldn't offer them. No, I know if you're the player, you've just made your life. But I'm sure even he thought, well, I'll never be able to live up to this, but I'll play. I'll do my level best, right?
But do you want to be the largest scumbag in sports history? Like, is that the legacy that you want to have as an athlete? And I think that that's where he may be like, all right, this is kind of...
Right, but here's my thing. All the scumbag stuff is the off-the-field stuff. That's really gotten, and this is the rationalization that a lot of people were making, were, hey, that's got nothing to do with him playing football.
No, I'm saying for bending over the city that he's in.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
well.
all of these people, that stadium is filled every single week in hopes that these guys are going to finally win a Super Bowl.
And by the way, I bet that those, some people are pointing out, I bet those weren't even 19 full games.
Well, probably not.
Yeah.
But he literally could change his perception or how people see him.
Yeah.
By just being like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I've made a lot of money. They're going to buy me out of my contract, and I'm going to move on.
See you when I see you.
Right.
Thanks, Cleveland. Yeah. I'll take my giant bag of money, this burlap sack with a dollar sign on it, and I'll get the hell out of town, and I'll roll my ankles in another city.
Just praying that he sees the light. I am not doing okay, by the way.
Oh,
my tummy is not right.
The calpus and the oh boy.
Maybe there's something in fermented items that I shouldn't consume.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
All right. Maybe there's the quote of the week. Maybe there's something in fermented items that I should not be. I'll tell you what, there goes my kimchi recipe that I was going to turn over to Rob for the weekend.
Oh, man.
First, you got to bury the cabbage, and then you have to unearth it. All right, let me take a break. Rob's going to try to get himself situated. And I'll have, we're going to go see the movie Wolfman. If you've seen a trailer for it, looks pretty cool. New from Blumhouse. They know how to make scary films. And the new one is called Wolfman. It is out everywhere in theaters 1 week from tonight. We are going to do an early screening this coming Tuesday. That's the 14th. We'll do it out at Cinemark Valley View. So if you want to catch it early, we'll do that. I'll also throw you a couple of tickets for tomorrow night. Want to join us at the Monsters? Now I'm doing it at the Romo Fio for Cleveland Rocks Night with WMMS.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
lists you love. How? Well, we've added everything you love about your car radio into the free iHeartRadio app. With easy-to-use presets, you can now save your favorite stations on the app, just like in your car. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love based on your location or favorite genre. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, the latest film from Blumhouse is called Wolfman. You might have seen some ads or trailers for it. It's going to be released in theaters everywhere 1 week from today, but we are going to show it a few days prior. So if you want to get the jump on Wolfman, we're going to do a screening this coming Tuesday. That's the 14th down at Cinemark Valley View. I'll get you a couple of passes for that. And then tomorrow night, if you want to join us for Cleveland Rocks Night with WMMS for the Cleveland Monsters game at the Romo Fijo, we'll put you there. A couple of tickets for tomorrow night. Put you at Wolfman on Tuesday. Not a bad few days. So caller 10, get the last two passes here for that screening. Good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Remember Wolf Like Me? TV on the radio. I love this band. I don't even know if they're around anymore. Huge TV on the radio fan. Great song called Wolf Like Me. Singer started like doing films and things, like acting, and so I don't even know if they're together anymore, but
I can't say that I know this.
yeah, they had a hot few years, maybe 10, 15 years ago, but yeah, I liked them a lot. I always thought they were very underrated. Your Cavaliers run roughshod over the Toronto Raptors last night, and they didn't murder them, 132-126. There's been much bigger blowouts than that of late with the Cavaliers. But they continue on. Their homestand will end on Sunday for the time being. They'll play the Indiana Pacers at 6 o'clock at the Romo Fijo. And then their first road game this next stretch sends them to play the Pacers on their home court. So that'll be Tuesday. 7 o'clock. But Cavs over the Raptors last night. Cavs-Pacers on Sunday. So tonight and tomorrow, no Cavs basketball on MMS. A couple of programming notes. Monday, we will start anew with the Buzzard Bookie. Shot for you to grab $1,000. About 30 past every hour all day long for the foreseeable future. So we'll start handing that out to kind of usher in 2025 by putting some gauche in your pocket. I will have tickets next week on the show if you want to check out Disturbed. WMMS is presenting Disturbed at the Romo Fijo in March, last day of the month, Monday the 31st. They are doing the 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness. That'll make you feel old. Daughtry and Nothing More are doing the Cleveland date. You want to go see Sullivan King? That's a WMMS 2 hours to midnight show at the Agora. We'll do that. I will have more Monsters hockey tickets for you when the Providence Bruins are in town. I guess that would be your regional team out there, wouldn't it? IHL team. Or are they AHL?
AHL.
Yeah, AHL, I'm sorry. Say Santa tour, end of May. If you're trying to get tickets for that, I will have them. That's a second go-round for that. They're celebrating Maynard Keenan's 61st birthday. The inaugural Say Santa was for his big 6-0. It's Primus, Pussifer, A Perfect Circle, all on stage at the same time. I'll be there for A Perfect Circle. But it'll be a good show. So Say Santa, I will have those tickets for you next week. And then if you want to see Mushroomhead, they are one of the first bands, fittingly, to play the Globe Iron. We're getting a brand, the past couple of years between the Roxy over at Mayhall's and Globe Iron and, some event spaces that are being renovated. Odeon is always doing some kind of work. We're really moving into a golden era here of new concert venues, which is awesome. Because the one thing I think that keeps a lot of places from having shows come through is a lack of like medium-sized venues. That always struck me as kind of like an important thing to have. You know, a lot of cities have like a lot of clubs and then they have a couple of arenas, maybe. But most bands can fill a mid-sized club. I mean, obviously Mushroom Head, they can do whatever they want, but Globe Iron, it's brand new on the west bank of the Flats. This is right by Nautica there, I believe. And so Globe Iron is going to be the newest live spot there, and Mushroom Head is going to play there on Saturday, May the 3rd. Right there in the West Bank. WMMS.com. They have a bunch of shows to celebrate their grand opening. So Mushroom Head is May the 3rd. They got The Damned coming in May 5. Napalm Death and the Melvins are playing May the 11th. I'll be at that show. But go to WMMS.com. You can register, I think, to win tickets for all those shows. It's a 1,200-seater. So it's not a small venue. That's a good size. But I think it's very cool to have a new venue in town. There's always great shows coming through. So that'll be next week.
Hey, Alan, Pete, Pittsburgh here. The news, I hope, and you guys can spread common knowledge questions or things for the public. I've heard of put your name on your livestock or your animals with your phone number because people will find them in the future. Leave your keys in your car if you're going to abandon it, and just don't park it in the middle of the street if you can at all, so emergency can come through. Can you or the audience come up with more, better ideas for the general public? Hate the show.
Oh, he's talking about, I guess relevant to the fires out west. I mean, okay. Writing your name on your livestock. Do you do that, Rob? Do you write your name on your livestock?
Every single time.
Yeah.
Yourself?
I have my phone number. I had it rendered as an iron brand.
Oh, okay.
And so rather than, Sharpies can be tough. So I just brand all my heads of cattle with my phone number on there. And it's worked out pretty well.
No concern of a number change or anything?
No, I've had the phone number I currently have, I have had for 20 years, I think. 18 years I've had the same phone number.
Wow.
Yeah. And so, no, I'm not worried about that. But, Pete, because earlier in the week, playing that clip of Steve Guttenberg out there when the Palisades fire was first people were starting to understand the scope of it. And he ended up doing a live shot on KTLA, and the young reporter had no idea who he was. So that's why it went viral, but people wanting to dunk on the young dude. But the point is that Steve Guttenberg was like, hey, if people are abandoning their cars, leave your keys inside so we can move them and the first responders can get through. So I guess Pete's point is, what are some other good ideas? I don't know. Don't come to the top of my head. I mean, around these parts, I guess you think of it in terms of like blizzards, not fires. But I don't know. But I think that branding your livestock is probably a really good idea. What do you use, Sharpie or?
Personally?
Yeah.
I prefer to use crayons.
Crayons.
Yeah, like
okay.
a lot of back and forth to get the name in it.
I was going to say you practically have to etch it into.
Correct. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Yeah, and then I like to, just because I love colors, I like to use a different color for each letter of my name.
I see. I thought you were going to say each animal, because I know you've got a whole wide variety of.
Huge.
Yeah.
The llamas are the most fun.
Well, they're so hairy.
Yeah.
That's why you have to shave them first. It's very time.
No.
Oh, you don't.
No, I'm not.
How does the crayon read on top of their?
You just keep going until it works. So the hair basically gets pulled one at a time until the.
You
crayon...
don't shake out a can of Krylon and just spray them. Oh wow. Okay.
That's just too cruel. Who wants to be spray painted, Alan?
Understood. Yeah, but then it makes them look a little festive.
But you
like
see children eating crayons all the time. It's fine. That's why we use them.
Because they're non-toxic.
Correct. We did it with the kids too. Basically, they look like they're tattooed.
You write your phone number on your kids.
Yeah, just in case. If lost, call.
Yeah. Well, listen, in the age, God forbid, it's the age of school shootings, right? What do they say? They're like, make sure that we have your kids' information on your...
Yep.
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
All right. I definitely don't use the brand on my kid. I've never thought about writing my phone number on her until you mentioned it just now, but that's probably a really good idea.
See?
But yeah, those people who are out in the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire and the Kenneth fire. There's 4 or 5 fires going on. And so that's very valuable information.
Is it named based on the town? Like, is Eaton a town?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
My daughter was asking me, do they name these fires like hurricanes?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, and I said, no. They name them for the town that's nearby, so the Palisades fire and the... Because obviously a hurricane wouldn't be named after its point of origin because, they largely come from the same directions and things like that. But the fires are named after, I don't know if it's named after the epicenter or I have to imagine so.
Yeah, where it started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once they can ascertain that.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast from yesterday, and you guys were discussing the LA fires. It's very tragic. Just a loss of life and property with everything going out there. You went on a little tirade about how it's some billionaire conservatives' fault that the fire department's budget was cut. The Republicans and conservatives aren't in control of California's politics or budget, so I don't know why you associate the conservatives with the fire department's budget. It's the Democrats. Anyways, hate the show. Bye.
Bye. No, you're right, Rich. No, that's not what I was saying. What I'm saying is, there's a lot of mismanagement out there, obviously, but what I was saying was, it's not the billionaire's fault, but those people actively campaign against contributing any of their taxes to these services. So then you can't complain that they're underfunded. Now, granted, the people in charge, Karen Bass, is the mayor of L.A. I don't know if you saw her when they were asking her questions and she just stood there. Some woman ran up on Gavin Newsom, and they're asking very valid questions. You are right, Rich. I wasn't saying that those guys are to blame. I'm saying that those people who are very, very wealthy, the same people who are, trying to make sure that they pay as few taxes as possible, which obviously is what funds these public services, and then turn around and complain that their house burned down. They can, A, easily afford another one anywhere they want, and B, they can also afford these. You'll notice that these people are complaining about public services second, because the first thing they're doing is, hey, I will pay any amount of money for a private fire service, right? Kim Kardashian's got one of those or whatever. And so, not that those people are to blame, but it's also not political parties that are to blame. You see a lot of articles, it's not the wind and climate change, it's Democrats. That's nonsense, too. Obviously, there's a lot of mismanagement, but it's all getting hotter. And it's all getting windier, and it's all getting wetter, and it's all, pick your particular climate, part of the climate, and it's all getting bigger and worse and whatever. So, no, I wasn't saying that guy is to blame. I'm just saying if you actively campaign to try and pay nothing into public services that you will eventually need to avail yourself of, you can't cast the blame in other directions. I guess you can. You can do whatever you want. There's a lot of bad forest management out. There's a lot of bad management out there. But again, that's not. It's not limited to Democrat-run areas either.
Well, certain things just don't need to be political. Not everything needs to be politically slanted.
Well, need and are two different things now.
Understood.
I mean, we're way past need. There's a lot of these things that don't need to be. But obviously, people in any area, when something like this happens, will look to whatever the local leadership is.
For sure.
And when they're like, because Gavin Newsom, who's the governor out there, he signed an executive order a few years back saying the state was going to donate like $1 billion, or not donate, but like devote $1 billion to wildfire prevention. But that's pretty vague. And so people are like, well, what do you mean by that, right? So it's like if you're talking about making sure that the hydrants are full and the reservoirs are full, then that's very important. But if that money is going toward like making sure that we have enough tree canopies because they all burn down, there's no perfect answer no matter who's running the show. Because no matter what you do, obviously there are smarter ways to prepare for these things. Way before any of this, the fire chief out there in L.A. said that our fire departments are not prepared for any type of widespread disaster. But even that turned political because the dudes over there at Fox News were like, women shouldn't be fire chiefs. Like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? First of all, 95% of fire chiefs around the country are men. It just so happens that the fire chief there in LA County is a female. But not that I don't know that has to do with anything. But
if you think
it's a terrible, terrible situation. And again, everybody starts pointing fingers when something like this happens. But you have to remember that everybody on both sides of the aisle, they hedge their bets until something like this. They will hedge their bets. Well, how much would it cost? Because if they applied the same, and I'm not the first person to say this, but I think it's a great point. If they applied the same logic to environmental management as they do to military, we'd be in a much different situation, right? The hundreds of billions of dollars that are devoted every single year to the American military is done so under the belief that, hey, if there's even a 5% chance that X, Y, and Z can happen, then we should be ready for that. Well, if they applied that to this kind of stuff, guess what? There's more than a 5% chance that things are getting hotter and wetter and that you're going to have goddamn fires all over California and hurricanes and floods in Florida. There's way more than a 5% chance that that's going to happen, and yet they don't treat it the same.
But until the day it does happen, right? I think that's where everybody, there's no correct answer ever.
Right.
Right?
That's right.
Because the day that 9/11 happens
everybody's
again,
Monday morning quarterbacking.
Right. The day 9/11 happens again, everybody's going to go, where's all the money? Well, we fixed the problem in California. Or we made sure that houses aren't going to fall into the ocean. Or wherever it's spent. If it's not there for defense, then everybody's going to freak out about that. So there really is no win in any of it.
Yeah.
And no matter what they do, there has never in the history of this country been a time when there was a catastrophic event where someone went, that was really handled well.
They handled this great. Yeah,
it was fantastic.
But I also think of the old, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
For sure.
Just because you can't do you can still prep. A lot of people have that thought. They go, well, it's the thing with guns, right? Well, we can't do it. We can't figure it all out, so let's not do anything. Well, that's silly too.
That's stupid.
And again, people are also rightly pointing out that your city hydrants are not there to take care of forest fires, but you also don't want them to be empty, right? I mean, obviously a situation like this is going to rely almost exclusively on planes and helicopters dumping water and things, on that. But when they're talking about neighborhoods where all they have are the engine companies coming out, they rely on those hydrants. So more of the microcosm there. And so when that's poorly managed, it's a big deal.
Well, yeah, you can stop a neighborhood from being completely wiped out, right? You can move the fire around if
not
you need
30 square miles.
Right. But again, I think every little bit helps.
It all helps, man. It all helps. But obviously it's too little, too late.
Always.
So this notion that, oh, gee, maybe we should have paid attention to all this.
Yeah, remember, FEMA's never done the job properly. The president screwed the pooch because he sent FEMA in too late. He sent FEMA in too early. They didn't have the need yet. No matter what, there's always going to be Monday morning quarterbacking. You're 100% correct.
Well, it's funny because back in the day, if you were an X-Files fan, and I was a huge X-Files fan, you want to talk about like mid-90s, early aughts, when FEMA was like a conspiracy theorist's favorite punching bag, right? It still is to some people because I guess it's comfy. If you're an old school conspiracy nut, they're like, FEMA are going to be setting up camps and marching. Well, now FEMA they're underfunded and they're stretched super thin when they're like legitimately needed for things because there are more and more climate disasters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency. So you hear fewer and fewer people talking about, if you're some nutbag in North Carolina and you're living in Asheville and you're underwater or mudslides or whatever, those people are like, when's FEMA going to come? So you can understand, when times are good, people have the luxury of playing around with stuff that's clearly nonsense. That's why it made for good X-Files material, just not real life. Danny's in Chicago. Is that correct, Danny?
Yes, Danny is in Chicago.
Where are you in Chicago?
Downtown, very close to the Sears Tower.
Beauty. You mean the Willis Tower, Danny?
No one calls it that.
I will never call it the Willis Tower. What's up?
What you talking about, Willis?
That's right.
But anyway, so yeah, I'm a scientist, a PhD student. And the funny thing was about all of this, Republicans, Democrats, finger pointing and all this type of thing, is scientists have been talking about all of this for like years. Like even you could go back as early as the 80s and 90s. You know, FEMA, every time everybody talks about the mismanagement, you can't solve a problem when there's a problem. You got to solve a problem before there's a problem.
Right.
And that is why we're all screwed.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's this notion that climate scientists, because they hadn't figured every possible thing out, meant that there was a whole lot of daylight for conjecture. It's nonsense. And it goes more to the point.
It truly is.
Yeah, there's a reason that there are certain people in this country that are trying to gut public education because it benefits them.
Yeah, and see what happens with them. See, like, attendance, American attendance in college is at its lowest point in a very long time and continues to decline. So you're just going to push people. If you don't supply an infrastructure like other, like countries with sort of like a nationalized take on their international system or their nationalized system, they can create the infrastructure and support it, and that's why they have more students in school. Now what's happened is we've kept students out of school. It's creating our society is dumber, which creates idiocracy, which I enjoy your references to that.
Danny, are you with one of the local universities or you're with an organization or what?
So I'm actually my interview for my PhD candidacy is for early February. So fingers crossed, you Chicago.
Right. Okay, good luck, Danny.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, pal.
I think there's a big difference between what you were talking about with public education and what Danny was just talking about. Because enrollment in college being at an all-time low.
Because it's so goddamn expensive.
And doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing less.
Right.
A lot of people are joining trades again.
Yep.
That's the next massive group of millionaires in this country. Call a plumber.
They're looking at the ROI on college, and they're rightly going, I don't know about that, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, man, learn how to do things with your hands.
Yeah.
Right? Like, call a plumber. Call a contractor. You want an addition put on your house, you're going to wait a year.
Yeah.
And you're going to pay 8 times what it cost 20 years ago.
My mom is proud that my nephew is not going to college. I think he's like still a sophomore in high school. But she's like, college is a ripoff and blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, I'm the only one among my siblings that went. And maybe I'm the jerk because I don't use what I studied. I mean, that's just by happenstance. But still, I'm like,
I'm not suggesting...
I liked having that experience. Now, granted, I finished paying off my loans 2 years ago. So I fully understand where people are like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I totally get it.
And I'm not suggesting that college isn't a good thing for the right people. That's not my point. I want my daughter. My daughter's going to nursing school.
For specialized areas of expertise.
100%.
Yeah, right.
But what happened, take a look at it, man. You just said it yourself, right, about your degree. Whatever, you're working in an industry that you love. It doesn't necessarily matter what your degree is because it gives you the foundation of college and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah. But think of how many people in this country have a piece of paper that says they're the smartest person in the world but are working fries at McDonald's.
Yeah.
You have a $100,000 education and you bitch that there's no work. So what exactly is it? What's caused all of this?
Two things can be true, too,
100%.
Yeah.
I can tell you, based on everything we're doing right now, my daughter and I are constantly looking at colleges. She's down to about 2 that she wants to go to for nursing. And when you look at that $60,000 per year price tag,
you pucker up.
You do, but then you start looking at, you just went through this, you look at merit scholarships and what they actually offer.
Yeah.
They're starting merit scholarships in the 2s, Alan. And they're doing that because every single college is fighting for the same money.
And thank God my kids are smart, right?
Right.
Michigan State University is $44,000 a year for in-state tuition.
Right.
My son just graduated, and he's graduating with very little debt because I've been picking up most of it. My daughter has a year and a half left. So I'm glad that they're going to come out with their respective degree. He's got a killer job already, right?
Right.
So
because he got into the right thing.
Very specialized,
right,
yeah.
Right. And I think that is the most important thing. Long gone are the days of like, oh, I'm just going to go to college for I don't know, pick something that, whatever my interest is, I'm going to minor in business. It's not going to work like it did before.
And by the way, those are at accredited colleges. You've got a lot of people that are like, oh, I got my degree from online whatever, because they tell you need this, and then you come out and they're like, that doesn't go anywhere.
I can tell you that just from a cost perspective, it is less money in many, many cases to go to a private institution at $60,000 a year than it is to go to a public school. Ohio State, for example. We would pay much, much less going to John Carroll or Mount Union or any of these schools just based on what they're doing with merit scholarships. And again, it goes back to them all fighting for the same dollar. It's not like it was before where every single kid went to college. So I think Danny's point was valid, but it doesn't apply to the college piece of this, I don't think. I really don't.
Alan, it's very interesting you mentioned the X-Files. Becky from Wayne County has a friend who worked for the FBI and believes that the truth is out there.
Becky's
and he's
last name is Mulder.
Yeah, he's partnered with an agent who's pretty skeptical. Man, she's out there living. All right, I got to take a break. I want to send a text, 35192. If you need to hit me up for anything, email, whatnot, do it at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox
Show. WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
98.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, we got more where this came from tomorrow night. Our Saturday night metal show. Back on the buzzer. We're coming up on our 2-year anniversary this spring of 2 hours to midnight. Very exciting. Nothing but metal. If that rubs you the right way, then tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, all throw in together. A lot of new metal, a lot of local metal. A lot of bands that you can see in and around Cleveland playing regularly on stages. Maybe people that you know in these bands. So, yeah, I'll tell you who we got playing. Conspiracy 216, that is obviously a local metal band. Terranoct, new stuff from them. We've played them before. Local band called Nightmare Empire. And then new stuff from King Diamond. New stuff from The Browning, one of the greatest metal band names of all time. ASG, some great throwback stoner metal from them. Some like German stuff from the 80s. It's really all over the place, but it's a lot of fun. So if you dig metal in any and all of its forms, tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Next Saturday night will be the last time that we're preempted by the Cavaliers, but tomorrow night we will be here. Cavs beat the Raptors last night here at home. They will continue this homestand on Sunday night before they hit the road for a bit. 6 o'clock, tip-off against the Indiana Pacers on Sunday at the Romo Fijo. And you'll hear that, of course, here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can leave us messages there on the app anytime you want.
What's up, Alan and Rob? When I was in high school, many years ago, my friend's neighbor's house burned down, and I believe somebody may have died in that fire. And a year after that, my friend lit a series of candles in honor of that house and that family and burned her house down.
Oof.
Take it easy, guys.
Wow.
Such good intention.
If that's true. I am lighting candles as a little shrine, and I burned my house down.
Fighting fire with fire.
Indeed. Maybe that was another situation where a dog was involved. You know,
Yeah, perhaps.
Or, fell asleep? You know,
Too close to something?
See, I love candles in the house, but I'm so unbelievably attentive to them. Like, I don't have any open wax candles on, ceramic discs or anything like that. My candles are all enclosed in glass. And I'm always checking them. You know, you do that thing. You do the sweep of your house before you go to bed at night. Make sure there aren't any candles lit. But even, as a younger single man, I would do that too. I was like, I was so, because I didn't grow up in a house where, there was a lot of open flame. That's a weird way to say it, but it was like, nobody smoked when I was growing up. My brothers did, but not in my parents' house. And so I never had to worry about like falling asleep with a cigarette or anything like that.
I prefer the freestanding candles in my house. We take them out of the glass and we just put them right on our carpets.
Uh-huh.
We think they're better and more scented that way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, and also, carpets are made with so many inorganic fibers.
Correct.
That when they become flammable, that's probably more fun too.
No, we have anti-flammable carpets in my
you
house.
do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're basically big fire blankets.
Uh-huh.
And that's what we do.
Inflammable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Inflammable.
We've had our house it's wall-to-wall carpet? No. Wall-to-wall fire blankets.
Yes.
Yep. What we give up in comfort on our bare feet, we more than make up for in fire safety.
That's right.
Well, it was a couple of years ago, because I have a 2-story house. It was a split level, right? A couple of years ago that I got a bug up my ass, and I bought fire extinguishers for every room in the house. I don't have a big house. You can get from point A to point B pretty quickly. But when we moved in, the people that we bought the house from, had taken meticulous care of this house. The guy left handwritten notes on everything. It couldn't have been more helpful. And I'm still occasionally finding notes in places. I have this cabinet in my garage that I use for a variety of things, and I was reaching up on the top, old wooden cabinet that was already there, and I was reaching up on the top for something one time, and I pulled back this slip of loose leaf paper that this guy had written a note on telling me, hey, by the way, this goes to this, goes to this. So I couldn't have hoped for a more similarly anally retentive person like myself to have bought this house from.
You have a fire extinguisher in every room?
I have one in the closet of all the bedrooms, under the kitchen sink, one in the basement. And yeah, okay, so not every, but you know what I mean? Like, there's one that's easily accessible. Like I said, I don't have a huge house, so one that's easily accessible from wherever you are.
Yeah, I need to step my game up.
I mean, you just get like it doesn't have to be a giant tank extinguisher, right? You get one of those like
little kiddie ones.
Yeah, well, a thin extinguisher, yeah. And then there's also a part of my brain where I go, you know what I should also have in our master bedroom closet is one of those metal ladders that you can unroll outside.
Oh, for Christ's
if you need to climb. This is what I'm thinking, though.
Stop raising the bar, man.
I don't think that this is raising the bar at all. It's me probably being overly.
That's what I mean.
Well, but that's me. I mean, you know.
But now I feel like I have to step up my game.
I got an 8-year-old in the house. Yeah, but you have teen girls, right?
Still.
They can, I know, I'm just saying that they might have more wherewithal than my 3rd grader would if something goes sideways.
Have you met my kids?
There's
no way.
I haven't. Are they prone to panicking?
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like my 3rd grader, she kind of lives in a bubble. You know what I mean? She's got her whole world is marshmallows and kitty cats. You know, she's constantly telling my wife and I how much she loves her life. And I'm like, of course you do. Why wouldn't you? You've had 0 reasons to not love your life.
I mean, they're not panic prone.
Okay.
I don't think most people are panic prone until
some people,
your house is on fire.
I know, but I'm just saying some people, even in the slightest of inconveniences, melt down. I'm not one of those people. So I think of it more in terms of if I'm not at home, because I'm not at home a lot. So if something were to go down and I wasn't there, they would have the accessories to be able to figure it out.
I had a little mini fire at my house probably, I don't know, 4 months ago.
This is one that was not planned.
Oh, not at all.
Yeah.
No. I was I was on my deck. I have one of those the big solo stoves.
Yeah, I have one too. Yeah,
and I bought the base for it so I can have it on the deck and not have to. And a little what are they, like an amber?
Yeah.
Blew off the side and landed in a pile of leaves.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't notice it right away.
Ember goes right into a pile of leaves.
Right
like
into
you,
a pile
you couldn't
of
have.
leaves.
Yeah. You
could not have planned it any worse.
Yeah.
And it caught fast. And I have a big flower, wood flower thing built onto the deck, and that instantly was like starting to get light on fire. So that was, I wouldn't say panic, but I knocked on the door and I was like, "Hey, Caitlin." She came running, and what? I said, "Can you do me a favor and go grab that fire extinguisher under the sink?" And if she hadn't, I do believe that deck would have been gone very quickly.
Wow.
It's old, very, very old, and very, very dry.
Yeah.
That would have been a good one. So we did have. I have to check to see.
Well, it's the unpredictability of fire, right? I mean, we've all been in that situation where what we think is small goes whoom, and you're like, oh, now we've now immediately got a problem.
Yeah.
We're not building up to it. We now immediately have a problem.
My neighbor Mark puckered. He was there. Just he did not. They kind of did one of those like, this is worse than you're reacting to.
Yeah, it's like the videos of the people who are deep frying a turkey.
Yeah.
At Thanksgiving, and they end up with an inferno from this dumb bird they were trying to take care of. Alan, I know Becky from Wayne County. All right.
Oh boy.
She had a coworker who had just purchased a new house. Come to find out it was built on a mysterious burial ground, and the builders moved the headstones, but they left the bodies. Oh, God. Can you imagine that?
You son of a bitch, you moved the cemetery, but you left the bodies, didn't you? You son of a bitch, you left the bodies and you only moved the headstones! You only move the headstones! Fly! Fly!
I love that scene because Craig T. Nelson, it's always funny to me where kind of actors that you don't associate with classic films are in one, right? Out of all of the huge name actors in the 80s, film actors, Craig T. Nelson was not one of them. But there he is, the dad in Poltergeist. So you go, wow, how many people did they approach for Poltergeist before they got to Craig T. Nelson? Anyway, but just that scene, he repeats the same line of dialogue twice, obviously with increasing terror, and then screams at the guy. And Tobe Hooper, the director of that film, clearly didn't say less or more. You know, he did that. Slayed it. That's perfect.
One take. Well done, Craig.
Why? Why? Yeah. Just repeat this line of dialogue twice and then scream in the guy's face. Alan, do you remember the old bubbler Christmas tree lights? I'm surprised our house never burned down. That's Mike in Parma. I don't know. What are the bubbler Christmas tree lights? I don't know that. Bubbler Christmas tree lights.
Do you know that's what I call a water fountain?
That's what they call it in Pennsylvania, too.
Yeah.
When I lived in Pittsburgh, a water fountain is a bubbler.
Yeah, that's a New England thing.
Is it?
Yeah, as well, obviously.
Well, but Pennsylvania being closer to New England than Ohio is.
Yep.
Yeah, bubbler.
My kids got made fun of here for that.
What are some of the other regionalisms? Because, like, I picked up a lot of strange things when I lived in Pennsylvania, like rubber bands or gum bands.
Nope.
I grew up saying pop because I'm from Illinois.
Yeah, we're soda.
Yeah, well, fully soda in New England. But, like, Ohio, Pennsylvania is when things get a little wobbly. And so this is kind of like your soda v pop part of the country. But
what do you call like that piece of candy on a stick?
A popsicle?
No, that's the frozen one, right? The non-frozen one, the piece of candy on a stick.
Piece of candy, sucker?
See, we never.
Your lollipop?
I'd never heard that in my life till I came here.
You never heard a sucker?
Never, not one time. I was at a bank and they asked my kids if they wanted a sucker, and I was like, "Excuse me?" And I was like, "Oh, a lollipop." Yes, kids, you can have one.
20 plus years ago, when I was at a brand new radio station, you can see where this is going, and I was trying to get some press and make some noise about myself. I bought in bulk and then had my show logo put on the wrapper of these suckers so that I could give away Cox suckers. And it's so stupid.
Can we do that again?
People hit me up all the time thinking that they're the first person to come up with that joke, and I'm like, 25 years ago, homie, I was giving them away on the air, all right? You couldn't do it now, of course, but even then it was ridiculous, but at least you got people talking about it. But no, suckers. Yep. So wait, Rhode Island, there's standard lollipop?
Lollipop.
Lollipop.
All in New England. I've never heard sucker in my life till I came here.
I mean, I guess in the UK they do call them lollies. So, like, maybe the OG would be a lollipop. But, yeah, sucker is what we called them growing up.
What do you call that long sandwich with cold cuts or whatever on it?
A sub?
Yeah.
Hoagie is what you were talking about? That's a different kind of, what do you call it?
Grinders.
Oh, navy beans. So grinders and subs are the same thing?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
For us, I mean,
right.
it was I never was sub, was always grinder.
I know when Wawa drops the gobbler. I do know that. Yeah, subs.
Yeah.
Sub sandwich.
Let's see. When a whole bunch of roads come into one circle, what do you call that?
The interchange?
An interchange.
Yeah.
Like it's like the tight circle where you have to sort of
roundabout.
A roundabout. Yes, no, that's not us. We're a rotary.
Really?
Yep.
Like a phone.
A rotary. Yep.
Wow.
The most famous messy one in Massachusetts is the East Long Meadow Rotary. People just crash into each other constantly. But the rotary. Oh, yeah.
The rotary. Hey, we're coming up on the rotary because if you ever drive in Europe, that's all there are. I'm so happy to see that roundabouts are getting to be a bigger deal in the United States. Because when you see one, you go, see, this is smart. I mean, people still have a hard time figuring out how to navigate. I mean, you got your inner circle and your outer circle, but, it seems to be more conducive to the space or whatever. A rotary. We're coming up on the rotary.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm trying to think of some others. Oh, my favorite, and I made a royal ass of myself with this one here. What do you call those small bottles of liquor? The small, the little tiny ones, like a shot.
I think of them as airplane bottles.
Okay, yeah, no. So imagine when I went to a friend's house and they took them out and they said, "Hey, who wants one?" And I said, "I'll take a nip." They're called nips.
Oh, are they really?
They are. They're nips.
You go back far enough, and that's an ethnic slur too.
Oh, yes, it is. But that wasn't the purpose of it. They were just called. I don't know why they were called nips, but they were called nips.
We take a little nip. I get that. I get the reference. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't know that we have a name for that in the Midwest.
I've heard everyone call it that.
Airplane bottles? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So now when I go into a liquor store, I have to say, "Can I have a nip?" Or no, sorry, an airplane bottle. We also don't have liquor store. Well, we do.
Party stores.
No.
Oh, in Michigan, they're called party stores.
Package stores. So we all called them packies. I'm going to go to the packy.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of those things I'd heard of. I'd never heard of Rotary or Packy.
Yep, Packy.
And I spent some time in Boston.
What about when you do a U-turn? What do you call that?
A U-turn.
That's it?
Yeah.
There's no, like, blow a Yui?
Oh, yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Papa Yui?
Hey, up here, Papa Yui. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. All right.
Shopping cart versus buggy. I had never heard buggy until, I think, Pennsylvania.
We also would say carriage.
Okay.
Like and what do you call where you put the carriages when you return them?
Cart return?
The corral.
The cart corral.
The cart corral.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get along, little doggies.
It's riding
the
them
cart
in.
corral. Yep. That's right.
How about
I write
bag?
My phone number on them in crayon in case they get lost.
What about a bag that usually females will carry?
A purse.
A purse. How about a pocketbook?
Yeah, that's old-timey, though. My grandmother called it a pocketbook.
Huge. My wife will still say it, and people are like, what the hell's
Where's my pocketbook?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You don't even have pockets.
Right.
All right.
So there's a whole bunch of them being here that was very new for us. I also don't expect people to be as friendly as they are. Because in New England, most people are just sort of like dicks.
Yeah, of course.
And there's no, like, if you say hello to someone, it's usually a nod or hi. How you doing is literally a pleasantry. Like, people
here will start to tell you.
Oh, and I had never, ever asked that question like I cared. You know what I mean? Like, hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
And I'm going to keep going. This guy stopped. I'm, oh, well, how are you? I didn't know what to do. I'm like, the
guy stopped and said, you know what?
I woke up this morning,
if
my
you
back
lost
was
a considerable amount of weight. Rob's like, I'm sorry I asked.
Yeah. Oh, my back is really sore today. I'm like, I don't care. I meant hi.
Yeah.
So I've caught myself. I don't say how you doing anymore.
Or you just give him the nod.
No, I'll just say, hey.
Sup?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey. Yeah, you can't even say sup, because that's a question technically.
Yeah, I was here for like 2 days. I went and got gas. Stopped at the gas station. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I'm doing well. How about you? I was totally unprepared to answer.
Yeah, they're like, I'm late for my break. Don't ask that at the Target line. The lady will tell you. I'm late for my break. Yeah, I don't care.
I had to stop and think, how am I? I don't know. I guess I'm fine. Leave me alone. Don't ask me that question.
I'm fair to middling. How about chins? How yous doing? Language is fun, isn't it?
It really is.
It's fun.
Colloquialisms.
Hey, I got one more pair of tickets for you to get to Youngstown to go see Coheed and Cambria and Mastodon. They are on the Infinite Arc tour, and you'll have to go there to see them, but it'll be well worth the trip. That show is June 1 at the Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater, and you'll also get my last pair of tickets for tomorrow night. If you want to join us for the Monsters game, it's Cleveland Rocks night with WMMS at the Romo Fijo.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, 1 to 3
time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Coheed and Cambria, who are going on the road with Mastodon on the Infinite Arc Tour, ARC. You'll have to go see them in Youngstown, but small price to pay. It's going to be Sunday night, June the 1st, at the Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater, Coheed and Mastodon. You get my last 2 tickets this week, and also I'll throw you the last pair for tomorrow night. It's Cleveland Rocks Night with the Cleveland Monsters and WMMS at the Romo Fijo, so if you want to join us for that, we'd love to have you along. So 2 for Coheed and Mastodon. Ticketmaster.com has the details on that show if you strike out with me. And then 2 for the Monsters tomorrow night. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When you realize things could always be worse, he'll be here to prove you right.
Correct.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, my favorite thing is boomers getting mad about roundabouts on Facebook. Do they think that they're a deep state conspiracy, or what does Rob call the grass between the sidewalk and the street?
What do I call it? Give me a sec.
Mm-hmm.
I keep going to curb, but it's not. It's
the grass between the sidewalk and the street.
Right.
Because I think here they call it the Devil's Strip. I think somebody told me that. We called it a tree lawn growing up.
Oh, tree belt.
The tree belt?
Tree belt.
Wow. Yeah. The tree belt.
Tree belt.
Okay.
Yep. As soon as you said tree lawn, it popped into my head. Tree belt.
Okay.
But it was all just part of the yard when my dad would say, go cut the yard.
Yes.
I just didn't even think of it. It was just like, okay,
right.
There's more grass to cut.
Yep.
And then he put crap out on the tree belt. Okay.
The tree belt.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, put the tree out on the tree belt.
That's exactly what we did with our Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I did that Wednesday night.
Yeah,
Tree's gone.
I took everything down last weekend. Pulled the string lights off the house, took down the tree, the whole bit.
We took all the decorations off the tree, but left the tree. Because we ended up buying one of those white pines this year because we were traveling, so I wanted to have the tree that just last. So we came, the lights stayed on it, but the decorations were off, you know?
I mean, there have been years past where the goddamn tree has been up since like until Valentine's Day. And this year I was like, nope, let's get it all down.
Well, you have a fake
tree.
Yeah,
so I got to take it down, break it down, pack it up. Get this giant vinyl canvas bag that I have to zip it up in. You know. I'm like doing body slams on this tree to get it in this goddamn bag. I'm like, every year I get it back in the bag. I don't know how I do it, but every year I manage to do it. And the same thing this year.
So you take the lights off, yeah?
Lights off. Well, it was a pre-lit tree, except they stopped working after like year 1.
Oof.
So yeah, we put lights on And yeah, so it's a whole thing.
Do you throw those lights away too?
The outside lights, I do. No.
You keep the Christmas tree lights.
I think
on the tree.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. My wife did all that stuff. I did the outside lights, but obviously those come off a lot easier than they go on. So
yeah,
it takes me 45 minutes to put them on the house. It takes me about 7 minutes to tear them off. So
especially if you're throwing them away.
Yeah. Yep, dump them right in the... And I know people give me a hard time, and you're right, I shouldn't do that. I mean, there are places that you can recycle them or take them, and I really should do that. It's just this year, I was not in the mood to do that. One of these years, I will do that, because I think that's the more responsible thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't do it.
Hey, guys, we were talking a couple days ago about accidental bowel movements. I never had that happen to me as an adult.
This guy's not for real, is he?
No.
Okay.
Hey guys, we're talking a couple days ago about accidental bowel movements. I never had that happen to me as an adult, but the other day I was actually driving home from work, felt fine, was not drinking or anything like that, had to pull into a Burger King. I felt the emergency coming on. I ran into the bathroom and barely had my pants down past my cheeks. It was mid-squat. Didn't even touch the toilet before I was spraying all over the back wall behind the toilet. I am so sorry to that Burger King staff. I deeply apologize.
See, now, Becky from, she's got me thinking that all these are bits now.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's doing a bit.
I don't know. I can't think of a movie where somebody sprayed the back of a wall
of a Burger King.
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I mean, I can remember a song where a guy got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Sure did.
So he probably didn't mention it in the song, but I bet he sprayed that back wall too.
But he also had a Humpty nose that would tickle your rear.
Yeah.
So it was a very different type of thing.
Yeah. Especially if she was ticklish.
And I'll tell you something right now, man. One of the valet kids here, he works the restaurant. I think
the restaurant that's right here in this building?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that he had the exact same issue that guy on the phone just had because he came barrel-assing into the bathroom.
This last break?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, it almost knocked me over. Like, that kid was on a mission.
Wow, I didn't even know that restaurant had valet.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think the whole building... Because you got the marble room on one side and then we're on the other.
I got you. Okay.
And I think they do both, and they use our garage to do it.
I have yet to go to the marble room. It's one of these places where I forget. It's across the friggin' street, and I forget about it.
It's great.
I have yet to go.
It's great. That was part of the courting process for me.
They took you to the marble room.
Imagine my surprise.
Yeah.
Right? It was my daughter's 16th birthday, and they were like, you know what? We're going to send you over to the marble room. And I was like, wow, thank you so much. That's great. And they gave me the card, and they were like, go ahead and take your family, have a nice dinner.
Wow.
So that was kind of what I thought life was going to be like working here in Cleveland.
That's what you thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy,
yeah,
was
but
I
you've been
surprised.
wined and dined before when a station wants to hire you.
I don't know. I have, but not to that. Like, that place is legit, man.
That's what I hear. I just haven't gotten in there yet.
It's maybe the most beautiful restaurant I've ever been in. It's marble floor to ceiling. It's like an old bank building.
So the name is quite literal.
Quite literal.
It is an old bank building, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the food was fantastic. It's like $800 for 4 people.
Yeah, they took me to Morton's when I was considering coming to Cleveland. And I think 2 of the 3 people are no longer here. It was Keith Hotchkiss, who at the time was not the big boss. There was another big boss. And I think there were 3 people who took me to... There was a lunch at Morton's, and there was a dinner somewhere else, I think. But that's always nice, right? That initial blush of... Because if you've been fortunate enough to work at another radio station for a while, it doesn't take long to begin to be taken for granted, right?
Right.
I just celebrated my 15th anniversary here at WMMS. I've been taken for granted by this management and company easily half of that time, right? The last 7 or 8 years, taken for granted. That's fine. That's the nature of relationships and professional whatever. But when you're first wanted, that's nice. Like you said, a courtship. That's the perfect way to describe it, because it's like they want you to come and bring what you do to their organization. And it's nice.
Hotchkiss laid it on thick, too, man. So it was him and Kennedy, right? And Kennedy booked our hotel.
Yep.
And he put us...
a date with the 2 Keiths.
Right. And he put us at the Holiday Inn next to the station in Independence.
Mm-hmm.
So Hotchkiss asks, hey, where are you guys staying? When I came here to the building and I was meeting everybody. And he goes, where are you staying? And I said, the Holiday Inn in Independence. And he stands up and he looks at Kennedy and he's like, dude, nobody has ever been excited about a job staying at a Holiday Inn.
Right.
So he put me at the Indigo here, right downtown.
We
went to a Guardians game. It was great. And then I moved here. And it's not any of those things.
Well, not only that, but you know what? It's probably changed ownership now, but invariably you'll be put up where the radio station has what's called trade, right?
Exactly.
Which means, we do business with this place, and so then we do advertisements with them, or whatever they advertise on the stations, and then when we need to put somebody up or we need a trade, something like that, we put them up here. Well, when I first had I had a couple interviews with management or whatever, and the very first one, I think I was downtown at the Doubletree or something. This is when the radio station was back in Independence. But when I came in to sit down and talk to these guys, they put me up at the hotel that I assumed they had trade at. But it was way on the east side. It was like Beechwood. You know where the P.F. Chang's is over on Chagrin Boulevard?
Yeah.
It was like behind that. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't care,
They
really.
just wanted you to really get a good feel of the city.
I thought it was funny. I mean, listen, we've been doing this a long time. I know how it works, but I was like, oh, they've got trade here, and that's why I'm out here. But I'm like, it was just funny. It was nowhere near where we were going to meet or central to anything or whatever. And again, I didn't know anything about the area at all, so I'm GPSing my way everywhere. And I'm like, oh, this is a good clip from where I need to be later on. But, yeah, it's all good. I mean, who cares? But, yeah.
When I was in Providence, we used to have this big Christmas party, and like you talked about, it was these massive events, and everybody would go. And one year it just stopped. And the year that it stopped, they started doing these envelopes that they handed out to people, right? And depending on your level in the company, you'd get a thicker envelope, right? So imagine what's in the envelopes. It is exactly what you would imagine.
Yeah.
You would get these on like December 16th, and it was an envelope full of crap that expired on December 31st for that year. Uncle Tony's Pizza.
Yeah.
All these restaurant gift certificates.
It was envelopes like the day you were at an Italian wedding, a mafia wedding or something, full of
Except
crap.
there was no cash in it.
Right. There was nothing
it was all
useful.
Crap. Yeah, you just throw it all away.
Yeah.
And this is good for 14 more days. Cool. Thank you.
Alan, my boyfriend is from New York, and they call the tree lawn city grass. Yeah, it's probably because there's so little grass.
Right.
That they go, hey, there's your city grass right there.
I figure anything that you have to take care of should not belong to the city, so shouldn't be called city grass.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy Paul would call it that too.
Hey, Chris. Is this Chris?
No, this is Shelly.
Shelly, hi. My screen said Chris. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. This is Shelly, though.
Hi. What's up,
Hi.
Shelly?
So
Hi.
you guys are talking about what you guys call the tree lawn. Have you ever heard of calling it a devil's strip?
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, initially I said when I first came to Ohio, the first time I had heard it was Devil's Strip. There was a band with that name, and I didn't realize that was a reference to that. I just thought it was a cool name. But
Right.
yeah. But where did that come from? I mean, tree lawn, tree grass, I get. Obviously, it's pretty literal. Devil's Strip, I don't understand at all.
Right. I never really understood it as a kid either, but that's what I grew up with. And that's how I always called it. I've always known of it as a devil's strip. And then I moved up here to Parma, and everyone's calling it a tree lawn. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not a tree lawn.
I mean, to me, Devil's Strip is like when I go get my Brazilian wax,
Yeah.
Rob, and I'm on my back like a turtle, and my knees are in my chest, and whatever she pulls off the strip, I go, there's my Devil's
I was
Strip
gonna
right
say,
there.
it's like a pubic haircut.
Yeah. So, oh boy. Okay,
That
thank
is
you.
definitely more fitting.
Yeah.
So where did you live that you called it that? I missed that part.
I lived in Struthers.
Is that here in Ohio?
Yes, it is. It's over by Youngstown.
Okay. All right.
Struthers, Ohio. Okay, well, good. All right. Thank you, Shelly.
You're welcome.
I almost called her Sally because she said Struthers. Well, the celebrities are coming fast and furious, being talking heads on cable news now that their houses have burned down. If you're a soap opera fan, Young and the Restless, I think, is what Eric Braeden was on for a long, long time. I don't know if this guy's German or what, but he was on CNN. His house burned down. If you followed him on social media, you saw him filming from his backyard, and he was very upset. And he talked to Laura Coates over there on CNN about his house burning down. He's 83 years old. I think he's retired from soap operas. I don't think he's on The Young and the Restless anymore, but he was very, very upset. Of course, he's pointing fingers at people too, but he's also trying to, kind of rally people to maybe move away from pointing fingers based on people's political affiliations. But, the talent bookers over there on cable news, I guess the silver lining, if you want to call it that, is that they're just neck deep in celebrities now who want to talk about their houses burning down.
To be very frank with you, I think everyone is really trying to do their damn best, okay? And some idiot, the orange idiot, went on television, your fellow network, and claimed all kinds of things about Newsom and California and the water distribution, all nonsense, disinformation, period. There's a guy on your show that does fact-checking. I like him a lot. It's a breath of fresh air. Say hello to him. This is very, very good. And what some of these characters are now disseminating on one particular network and on some podcasts is outrageous and very damaging to our nation. This is a great nation. Trust me. I know whereof I speak. I come from a nation that believed in fascist ideology for a while. Okay? And we certainly will not want to go into that again. But we are
So he's talking more about like, hey, it's important that we get the proper information out there. Mandy Moore. You know who Mandy Moore is?
Sure do.
Singer, actress. If you were a fan of that show, This Is U.S. She was on that show. People are dragging her because she's asking people to contribute to a GoFundMe for her in-laws who lost their home.
That's a bad look.
It is a bad look.
It's a bad look.
Not necessarily. They're like, this woman's worth $14 million, blah, blah, blah. Not necessarily that you should be expected to kind of personally foot the bill for whatever, but they are family, and it is a bad look.
Yeah, and why not for the neighbor?
Her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, lost their home and everything they own in the Eaton fire. I mean, she could give them $1 million and they'd be fine.
Yeah, but even if she didn't want to, I understand. Okay,
just don't
fine.
post a GoFundMe.
Just shut up. Like
she's trying to raise $60,000.
1,000 houses missing
Yes.
right now, and you're talking about one because you have a platform. That's just crappy.
Mel Gibson was doing the Joe Rogan podcast when he found out that his house in Malibu was burning. He was in Austin.
Just going to a huge cursing tirade, racial
did.
slurs.
Yeah.
Looking for
I
sympathy.
got to ask you how you're doing.
I'm doing good. It's just a thing. But, it is obviously, it's kind of devastating. It's emotional. You live there for a long time, and you had all your stuff. You remember George Carlin talking about your stuff? Yeah. I had my stuff there, and it's all like, I've been relieved from the burden of my stuff because it's all in cinders.
Yeah. Where were you, Mel, when the fire broke out?
Gosh, I was in Austin. I was doing the Rogan podcast, and I was kind of ill at ease while we were talking because I knew my neighborhood was on fire. So I thought, I wonder if my place is still there. But when I got home, sure enough, it wasn't there. I went home and I said to myself, well, at least I haven't got any of those pesky plumbing problems anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the houses are like ash. Mm-hmm. Usually you'll see a fire and there'll be like a little bit of the structure still standing there. Nothing.
That also tells you how hot those freaking fires are.
Yes.
Because there's foundations and ash. There's nothing left.
Yeah, that's Elizabeth Vargas over there at News Nation. He was talking to her. And then because the conversation continued, and then it got really kind of aggressive.
Did you take this video that we're looking at? And where was Rose during all of this? Was she with you in Austin, or was she with you in Austin? What about the rest of the neighborhood, Mel? Your neighbors, the people you've lived next to for quite some time, how did they fare?
Nobody gets tickets because of you.
And when you hear that this fire is 0% contained, they have still not contained this. They're calling it the worst fire in LA history.
You know right now.
What are you going to do now? Are you going to try and rebuild there?
You make me want to smoke.
He really went in. Poor Elizabeth Vargas. She forgot who she was dealing with.
He didn't talk about trying to blow the fires out, huh?
No, nothing like that. Nope. He got really mad at her, boy. Oh. But he said that it was, back home, it was really tough really hard to breathe there because of the air quality and. Oh, Mel.
A complete lunatic.
Although he said the script is done for the Passion of the Christ sequel. So he's gonna digitally de-age Jim Caviezel for the movie. The working title is The Resurrection of the Christ. And that's why he can be so cavalier about his house burning down, because he has a ton of money from that first movie. Mel Gibson is just fine.
I was wondering how they were going to do a Passion of the Christ Electric Boogaloo.
I was hoping it would be a prequel, like Teen Jesus, or Young Jesus. They have Young Sheldon and all these. Yeah, Young Jesus. Because they never documented Teen Jesus. You got him as an infant and as a little boy, and then you got him as a grown man. So
I think you're onto something.
You can have the run of the place with Teen Jesus.
We should get this. We should see if we can get this in production.
I thought maybe that he was working on that, but he has been teasing a sequel for a while. And he, if you listen to him on Rogan, I think that's when he said that the script is done, and they're going to begin production on it next year. You know, my wife worked in television and film production for a long time in Chicago, in Los Angeles. She was the locations coordinator for the Cleveland Film Commission our first few years here in Cleveland. And she was like, this story is like really upsetting me. Because she's like, it's going to shut down so many productions and all these people and actors. And, you know, she's like, it's just, she lived in Hermosa. I lived in Hollywood when I lived there. But she's like, she was getting really upset at this whole thing, which I understand. But Mel Gibson, for those of you who have been champing at the bit for the Passion of the Christ 2, To Christ, To Whipped, whatever it is, that'll be out next year. The Resurrection of the Christ is what he's calling it. But I think Teen Jesus is that's a so far kind of they need to delve into that, because you can write whatever you want. You don't have any text to, no fact checkers on that. I'm going to break here. 35192. Want to give me a text? You want to do it there? You want to watch live? You still can. You can go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
When you bet with the Buzzard Bookie, you can win
2000. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
That little Blondie on the bosom. The great Clem Burke behind the drums for Blondie. Certainly hope it doesn't go against my metal cred, but Blondie was one of those bands I was bummed that I never got to see live, and then they reunited. I mean, we're talking 20 years ago when they reunited, but they used to do these industry shows. I would do my show every year from New York for the VMAs, MTV the VMAs, and they would always have these industry shows every night. And so you'd get a pass from MTV. They'd tap you on the shoulder and go, hey, we're not telling anybody who the band is, but there's a show. It's a big band in like a smaller venue. And I think the second year I was there was the year that Blondie reunited. And nobody knew who the bands were. I mean, obviously, some people did, but it didn't get to my level. And Blondie came out, and I was so happy. So excited to see Blondie. You know, because you think about those bands I never got to see in their heyday. And had it not been for them reuniting, I would have never seen them.
How was she?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah. I forget what that album was called. The reunion album was called No Limit or No Breaks or something like that. I don't know. But that was easily 20 years ago. Probably earlier than that, maybe. Whatever it was. No, it was fantastic. And it was like in a 300-person club.
Not crazy.
Like the Lower East Side. Yeah.
Man.
It was great. Blondie. Because obviously I never got to see Led Zeppelin or anything like that. You know, I was too young for that. But, yeah, Blondie was great. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio and you listen to us from out of state, tell me where you do it. If you're one of our bureau chiefs that I've got on my list here, make sure I know where you are. Sarah is in Norwalk, Connecticut. Brennan listens in Nashville. Brian is in Show Low, Arizona. Krista listens in San Antonio. Michael's in Lynchburg, Virginia. Brian's in Hackensack, New Jersey. And Janet listens in Henderson, Nevada. I actually got a text. We have a bureau chief in Astoria, Oregon, named Bob. I got a text from one of his family members that he'll have to retire as bureau chief because he's moving back to Cleveland. And so we'll lose him as a bureau chief. So if you listen to the show from Astoria, Oregon, and you've been, again, it's not limited to one or two people. You know, there are some cities we have a lot of people. But maybe you've been kind of hanging back. You're like, no, they already got somebody there. No, it's out there on Young's Bay. Astoria, Oregon is right there, the Columbia River, at the mouth of the Columbia River there. You go across the river and you're in Washington State. Now, I'm purely speculating here, but it's only because we brought up this area earlier in the week. Maybe Bob had something to do with those two guys who died while they were out looking for Bigfoot. I mean, that was a little bit further out, but still. Maybe he's on the run. I don't know. No, because that was east of Portland, right? Those two guys, they were way downriver on the Columbia. Those guys that went out. So I'll say it, half-cocked.
Oh.
I bet they went out half-cocked.
Perhaps.
They were probably hammered, and they died in the national forest there because they were exposed to the elements after going out, probably not prepared, and looking for the Sasquatch. Whereas all you got to do out here is get down to Mansfield and talk to the Bigfoot Finders Restoration Organization, whatever they're called, BFO or
BFOA or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Big feet.
Hey, we got him over here.
I'll find that news guy. Talk to him. He's the guy who knows.
Yeah,
He's
he
the
was the
keeper
guy
of the
out
secrets,
there.
Man.
Yeah, that's right.
Alan, I'm leaving you this message. I'm wondering if there's a consensus between you and Rob as to whether or not there is a specific time limit beyond which, if somebody has not removed their holiday decorations, you could consider them kind of trashy. Talk to you later.
Speaking of bureau chiefs, that's Bill. He's our South Jersey bureau chief, one of them. Kind of trashy. I mean, so many people use like white string lights as just a part of their year-round decor now. I've got a house down the street from me. It looks like they bought it on Pottery Barn, this entire house. And it's really decked out inside and out year-round with clear white string lights. So Christmas time, you can barely tell. If you didn't look through the window and see the tree, it wouldn't look any different. I think whatever makes you happy, I don't care about trashy. I've got people near me who have colored Christmas lights year-round on their fence or their house. I think if that makes you happy, who cares? There's a lot of people that don't even celebrate Christmas. So that's fine too. I wouldn't think of it as trashy.
There are some things that make you trashy.
Oh, like
I will judge right out of the gate.
Oh, okay.
Those stupid 80-foot skeletons that people have in their front yard, and then they dress them up.
They need that
for all the holidays.
You got to have the guy wires to keep this thing.
Cut it out.
Really? Okay.
It's got the leprechaun outfit. It's got the Santa. Stop it.
Oh, so you don't like when they dress it for that particular time of the year?
Dumb. And then the inflatables.
Okay.
And you leave them out there. They get covered in the snow.
Yeah.
And then they're there till the spring. And then you turn them back on just because they're still there.
Yeah.
I'm judging.
That's trashy.
I mean, a little bit.
You wouldn't want to see a giant skeleton.
No.
In a prohibitively small leprechaun outfit.
No.
Huh.
No, let's dress it up like the cute little Cupid because it's Valentine's Day.
Right.
Yeah. Dumb.
Well, it's like people who are really into Halloween will have because you can buy them now. Used to just have to, used to have to be happy with whatever the cheesy Halloween decorations are now. But now you can go to Home Depot, like you said, and get a giant witch that's eating a baby or whatever.
Right.
And there are people who love Halloween so much that they will keep those up in their homes and dress them in different outfits. That's trashy to you. Okay.
I don't even know if trashy's the... Maybe it is...
You don't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like those massive inflatables either. That's... maybe you want to put a little cute one up for the kids. All right, that's fine.
Or take the hint, is what I'll say. Because out where I live in Bay Village, some neighbors, and they're not right next door to me, but they're across the street from where my kid goes to school. They went globally viral because remember the inflatable pumpkin that absorbed the cop when he went up to,
yeah.
It got out of their yard, that giant inflatable, and you'd think that they learned, but they didn't. So they put up another Santa or something, and then that one got away. And I'm like, guys, let's get rid of the giant inflatables.
And no matter what at the base where the feet are, I don't care if it's Santa, if it's one of those nutcrackers, it looks like a gigantic ball sack on the bottom.
Yes.
And then there's this statue on top of it that's 80 feet tall.
Yeah.
To run it, I can't even imagine what that adds to your electric bill. And it looks, quite frankly, kind of stupid.
It doesn't add anything to the proceedings. Right?
Nothing.
You're just doing it because then you'll be the house that has the giant,
which house is yours? Well, we're the skeleton house. Oh, cool. All right, I know exactly where that is. Thank you. Take a left at the skeletons.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, my thought is it's your little parcel of land. You should do whatever you want to do with it. And some people, I'm less, not insulted, I'm less aggravated as you are, and more like, wow, that's not cheap. You have devoted a lot of your disposable income to this dumb crap. But if it makes you happy, whatever.
I'm not suggesting that they shouldn't do what they want with their property. But expect people like me to think you're an idiot.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
That's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not free of consequence.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if I'm saying these things on the without question, someone will come up to me and go, I have a giant skeleton in my house. And my answer is going to be the same that it just was. Well, that's congratulations. That's good that you have that at your house, and I'm sure that you love it. But you're an idiot. You shouldn't have that at your house.
Sir.
You, sir, are a moron. Do you put a beard on it for St. Patrick's? Then you're a moron.
You put a green top hat on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good for you.
Right.
Good for you.
Man, you're making me sound downright reasonable sometimes.
Certain things, man, I'm telling you, there's certain things that just really...
Good for you.
Really chap my ass.
Chap your hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know why. I shouldn't care. You know what I mean? Like, really, it doesn't matter to me whatsoever.
Yeah, but it's also an involuntary reaction. You can't. There are things that drive me insane, and I can't. The people singing in my car. It's ridiculous, and people mock me for it. That's my consequence, and I understand where you're coming from. But I can't help it. I can't help or explain away why I have a blue hot hatred for something like that.
Who sings that song? ABBA. Good. Let's keep it that way. I can't wait till we take a show road trip.
This song has been recorded for 40 years.
Yep.
You will not improve it.
You and I are going to take a show road trip somewhere, man, and I am going to sing the entire way.
Yeah, but you'll be doing that just to get under my skin. Not because you don't have a natural affinity for singing the ABBA catalog.
I might.
Rob's like, ooh, I brought Mamma Mia on CD.
Can you pop this in, Alan?
Well, and
I've been practicing.
I'm always a curmudge to my wife and my daughter. I go, listen, you guys do whatever. You have special dispensation, obviously. In my car, I will stay quiet. I don't make comments, but they can tell.
You silently steam.
I stay straight ahead. I'm driving. I don't make snarky comments because that's gross too.
Do they do it just to annoy you now at this point, you think?
No.
No?
No. They're girls.
I kind of hope they do.
Right? White girls love singing along with rap or whatever it is, yeah? Fine.
Will you sing along in your own car?
No.
Never happens.
Never.
You don't air drum. You don't.
Well, I'm always hitting something. I'm always I'm always drumming on something, so I'm sure that's annoying too.
But you don't, like, if a certain part of a song comes on, you don't you don't have to, like, belt that part out.
No.
That's interesting. There's certain songs you just have to sing out loud.
I don't. Nope. I want to hear the song. And I can't sing.
She's
now,
a
that
good girl.
That hasn't stopped people from doing it, obviously. And if people like singing, they should do it.
Crazy about Elvis.
And I will keep it to myself because, listen, it's no fun if somebody's like, I'm on record as not liking it, all right? If you're going to plow past that, I will stay quiet. It's fine. We all have to find ways to accommodate other people's peccadillos. I have plenty of my own weirdness that the people closest to me have to put up with all the time. And as long as they do that silently, I will abide those other things silently. And it's a weird thing to not like. I will cop to that, right? People love singing in the car. I understand that the music moves you in different ways. I just want to hear the song. If it's a song that I'm listening to, I just want to hear it. And because when I'm in the car with my daughter, now, because also I don't want to make comments because I don't want to deflate her sense of excitement and joy. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So if she's in the car with her mom, just the two of them, I guarantee the windows are rattling because they're both singing all these songs. And so I don't want to, I don't want to have a bag on my face. She's doing something that she finds fun or loves. I am simply on record as my daughter can do whatever she wants.
Honey, don't do that. You know Daddy hates that.
I don't do that. We listen to the channel she likes when we're in the car.
Look at that.
I don't make any comments,
The veins moving on his forehead.
Right.
He's getting
now,
upset.
what I will do that makes her laugh is I'll sing poorly. I'll be like, da, 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 da. And she'll just give me a look. So
I do the same, but that's because I can only sing poorly.
Well.
No voice.
I bet if I really tried to sing, I could. It's just not my natural inclination.
We should test that out someday. We should do a karaoke contest, you and I.
There were years ago on the show, the Erica Lauren administration, when I belted out the chorus to If It Makes You Happy from Sheryl Crow. And it was pitch perfect.
Really?
Now, could I replicate that? Goddamn, a dozen years hence, I don't know.
Of course you can. If you have perfect pitch, of course you can.
No. In that instance, I hit the notes in that.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
For the 7 seconds that I sang that part. And it was part of, like, I was joking about something and I nailed it. I'm sure purely by accident. But if if someone asked me to sing legitimately, like A year ago, we did karaoke at Corky's in Lakewood. And a friend of mine and I, she wanted to sing, and I said, well, let's sing Monkey Gone to Heaven by the Pixies. And I sang the song. I sang it. And that's karaoke. But I'm not singing along with songs in my car. Hey, Jenny.
Hi.
Hi.
Jenny with the boobs here. I just was listening before, and I wanted to agree.
Good for you. Rob, Jenny with the
Thank
boobs
you,
is when we
Rob.
were
I
in the
hate
street
those-
side studio. She
she's
would
the
come
one
up and
dumped
put
them
her
out?
giant rack on the window. Yes.
Yes, that was me.
Mhm.
But, Rob, you have it right. Screw those stinking inflatables. They're so effing obnoxious. I don't know who thinks they look right. It's the dumbest looking thing ever. But
Yeah, but also, Jenny, you're walking around with a couple of dirigibles on your, you're walking around with inflatables all year long. Why do you got to
listen
yuck their
here,
yum,
Linda.
dude?
Listen, Linda, these are squishy, not inflated.
Yeah. All right, well, do you need guy wires to hold them up is my next question.
Well, just put them on the glass, right?
Yes. Sir Mix-a-Lot said it best. Okay, thank you, Jenny.
Well, keep rocking. Have a good one.
You too. I already have a good one. Thank you, Jenny. There's Jenny there in Olmsted Falls.
The Alan Cox Show asks, anyone? So, what did we learn this week? Anyone?
You know, Rob and I like to cast our minds back at the end of the week on Friday and figure out if we've learned anything. And I don't know that I learned a ton. There's so many things. I feel like it's information overload. What do you think you learned this week?
Well, I updated it while we were on the air today. I learned that Calpis travels south very quickly.
In you? Yeah.
It started, I was belching a lot, and I have a 40-minute ride to the restaurant we're going to,
Wow.
and I'm thinking a good old-fashioned sit-down before I get in the car is probably going to be in order.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to make for an interesting dinner, I believe.
I learned, I guess yesterday, if you're a kid in Ohio, you can get a tattoo. Right? We were talking about the guy who went viral in Arizona, and everybody's blowing me up going, hey, you get parental consent, you can be a kid with a tattoo in Ohio. I can't believe I don't see... You maniacs out there, I can't believe I don't see more kids with tattoos in Ohio. What else?
I learned very early in the week that the movie is pronounced Nosferatu.
Right.
And not Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
Which I...
Well, are you going with the original Romanian? Nosferatu is what you're looking for.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I was supposed to say.
Yes.
However, did not say that.
Uh-huh.
Nosferatu is not the name of the film.
I learned Rob's a big Elvis fan, and he's thinking of becoming a pipe guy.
Yeah, the pipe thing's over. I told you. I talked to
learned
that guy.
Rob's a big Elvis fan. Yeah, I guess the pipe thing is gone.
45 minutes, man. He's like, oh, it's just so much work. You got to pack it and light it and pack it and light. I'm like, I'm out.
It's labor intensive.
Yeah, to smoke a pipe, to pick up a bad habit? No, I'll stick with cigars.
What else?
I learned that Calpis travels south very quickly, Alan. Thinking,
yeah, that's worthy of two of them.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that genital trauma stories are a real crowd pleaser with this audience. Whether it's their own or somebody else's or,
I actually had one similar jotted down. I learned that you could split your sack in half by sliding down a fireman's pole.
Oh, God. I learned that TJ Miller sells peanut butter and chocolate after his shows at his merch table.
I learned that TJ Miller has a cousin who does documentaries on Broadway.
Right, yes. Is that all? Do you have any more?
I'm
That's
good.
all I've learned.
I am tapped
okay.
out.
That's all I learned, so.
I have so much I can keep every week, Alan.
I know. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Alan, how are you guys?
What's going on, man?
Hey, I was just wondering, I know you don't like singing in your car, which is fine. I was a vocalist in a couple bands when I was younger and stuff like that, but
Oh, good
when you hear
for you.
Right, whatever. Thanks, though. But when you're in the car and you hear "In the Air Tonight" by Phil Collins, tell me you don't bang on your steering wheel when he hits that drum riff.
I don't.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I do it every time.
What am I, Mike Tyson?
I do it every single time.
No, I do not. No.
Really?
It doesn't mean I love it any
I
less. I want to hear the full thing. I will crank it the F up, Eric. But I'm not looking to realign my steering column, no.
Okay, but you want to, though, right?
Sure do. Love it, yeah.
All right, brother.
All right, thank you. There's Eric in Elyria, who's slightly miffed that I don't beat on my steering wheel when Phil Collins plays. Okay, listen, we've got to go. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. How can people find you over the weekend on social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob on the Instagrams.
And we'll be at the Monsters game tomorrow night.
We will,
You'll probably see us on the Humongotron. We'll be hosting some games. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow
Dropping
night,
some pucks.
Dropping some pucks.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland Rocks night is tomorrow night with the Monsters. I'm sure you can still get tickets if you didn't win them from us. The first 10,000 people in attendance are going to get that limited edition WMMS Monsters Hockey t-shirt. And we'll have MMS jerseys for sale in the team shop, too. So if you're going to be there tomorrow night at the Roma Fijo, we will see you there. Thank you for hanging out today. Tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight. If you're a metal fan, it starts at 10 o'clock. It's me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler and 2 hours of new metal and old metal and requests and local metal and all of it. It's awesome. And then Sunday morning, the Week in Cox. If you're up early or coming home late, 8 a.m. is when that starts on Sunday. That is 2 hours of the best stuff of this show from the week. How do we take a week's worth and condense it into 2 hours? I don't know. Well, we leave a lot of great stuff out. But that'll be Sunday morning, and then we'll talk to you again Monday afternoon. So thanks very much for hanging out. No Cavs tonight. I think Corey Roddick is next. Is that correct?
The full experience.
Beautiful. At 6:30. This show will be available in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app. Within the hour, you can also leave us messages there. Longer messages, drop a voicemail. Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903. Find our YouTube channel if you want to watch the show. I am at Alan Cox Show on your socials. And I think that's all of it. Boy, that's a mouthful. But we'll talk to you again Monday, guys. Thanks. Have a great weekend. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways.